Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Hobby Night. I'm Angela, and if it's not obvious, over this past weekend, I went to Open Sauce. And for at least a little while, before we get started into other things, I would love to talk about Open Sauce because it was really fun this year. It was different from some of the other years in ways that I kind of anticipated eventually happening for the convention, and I don't think it's gotten to a point where it's like, oh no, it's become too corporate. But I will say there was a lot more like big name presence, and I felt like I saw less smaller folks there. However,
we saw less art installation.
Art installation. Like it was more steam, or it was less steam and more STEM this year, which I thought was interesting. There was still art, and there were definitely some very cool artists there that were like anti-AI art, which I really appreciated seeing. They were like human-made art only. We love this. So I was really excited to see that. But there was definitely a presence of more like less 3D printers, which I thought was very interesting, but a lot more robotics.
Yeah, even the booths that were there for like Elegoo and such were much smaller than I feel like they were in yesteryears.
Totally. But we did still see a bunch of, one of the things that I felt like there was an increase of is I thought there were more student groups in the exhibition areas. Like there are always students in like near the back where it's like, here are some of the local student groups who are doing some things and, advertising for people to join their clubs and such. But I actually felt like we saw even more of that in the exhibition area. And that's actually one of the first things that I actually want to talk about because I ended up getting something from this particular booth. So I believe it was the San Jose State University Club for Aerospace. They're called Opal Eye, as you can see from this cool little box that I have here. And so I thought this was really neat because what they're doing is they're trying to break the sound barrier and with a scale model like 3D printed plane. They basically want to make a 3D printed plane, go so fast and break the record and basically go with the sound barrier. Because they originally, I think, were shooting for like 400. And then they're like, no, we want to go up 700, whatever the sound barrier is. I don't remember it off the top of my head. I'm not that type of science person. But like, I just thought that was so cool. And they were selling scaled down versions of the various designs that they've iterated on. And I thought this was kind of cute because they have named them all after spooky things. So the first one is called Ghost, which I thought was cute. Then we have Wraith, which of course just for me actually makes me think Stargate. So I love that. And then Apparition, which I just thought was very, very cool. So I got 3 different little kits to show you. They're really basic. Like, they're just a couple of 3D printed pieces. The nice thing is it's all push to fit. You don't have to use glue for any assembly. And I believe they even give you a little stand with here, let me show you. So they give you like a little stand that tells you the name of the plane. And it has a little classic, support thing, but everything just pushes together, just like what I did there, which is very exciting to me. So these are gonna be super easy builds. We'll probably do this at some point. But I just thought that was really cool, and I loved seeing that. And they were selling these as a fundraising to help basically support the club and continue to pursue their objectives, which, like I said, is making a scale model, like a 3D printed plane, break the sound barrier, which I'm just like, that's sick. Hey, do it, boys, do it. Also, hello everybody. Just lovely to see you all in chat. Hello Havman, hello Rob, hello JB, Mancos Game Parlor, Neo, and Remy and Bruzy. How you doing? I think I saw Raymond earlier as well. It's lovely to see you guys. How are we all doing today?
I just turned off your computer just because I was worried we might be drawing too much power in here right now.
Okay, that's absolutely fine. Yeah, please do. Oh, and thank you, Corsair, for the $20. Here's another for the donation for the Zokie. Excellent. I think that hits our goal.
You need to give me the name of this plane so that I can find some historical information.
Oh, excellent. I have it written down. I will get the full name for you Later. I'm gonna go ahead and open we still have not picked up any One Piece cards. We've been way too busy for that. I'm so sorry. So I'm gonna open a Dragon Storm of Tarkir pack for us real quick while I continue to talk about Open Sauce. So actually, this is actually topical. There was magic at Open Sauce. William Osman and the Backyard Scientists, as well as a variety of other people, all made a long multi-day trek to get to the venue for Open Sauce. And these are the people that run the event. It was hilarious. They recorded it and put it on YouTube as a multi-part episodes, tracking the days basically of them traveling. So you can go check that out. But they played Magic a whole bunch while they were camping on their way up. And so they just had like their Magic cards sitting out as like part of the display of the entire vehicle that they brought with them. It was really, really funny. All right, we got a Tempest Hawk, an Underfoot Underdogs, Caustic Exhale. Ooh, my green screen is making that look funky. And actually very, like, it almost looks like it's through glass. That is so cool. Anyways, it is Crotix Nest Guard. Oh, this one's kind of transparent too. It's ghostly. Temur Devotee. Sibling Appraiser. Sibsig. Sorry, not sibling. I was like, that doesn't make sense. Sibsig Appraiser. Unburied Earthcraver. Sage of the Fangs. Dude, one of the girls that like I kind of idolize, Heidi, she you might see her because she has a 40K dedicated page and she cosplays a Sister Repentia fairly regularly. She's amazing. She recently got permanent fangs put in and I'm so jealous. War Effort. Dalcoven Pack Beasts. For our uncommon, I thought it was a rare because it's a dragon, but it's not. It's a Karakik Guardian. Here's our rare, Sage of the Skies. Ooh, for our, ooh, whoa, what? Oh, it's because it's showing the, holy shit. I was like, that is the most insane holo I've ever seen, and then I realized it's showing the Open Sauce logo behind it. And it was, oh, hilarious. Anyways, Snake Skin Veil. Ooh, we have an art card in the back. Swift Water Cliffs, and, oh, I didn't turn it the right way. Cool. Nice little art card.
Thank you very much for the donation. I believe we are ordering that kit very soon. Have you already?
I have not already, but I will be ordering it very soon now that we've definitely like hit that goal. So Tarkir was a very fun set. I completely agree. I mean dragons, who can say no to dragons? Not me. I certainly can't. Okay, back to Open Sauce. Yes, thank you, Corsair. Very much appreciate that, and we will definitely. I will be ordering that plane soon, so you'll be probably seeing that very, very shortly. Okay, so I've talked a little bit about like some of the things that I've really enjoyed at Open Sauce, and I'm gonna keep talking about that for a little while longer. But for those of you that are like less familiar with what this actual convention is, it is a YouTube run. Like YouTuber.
It's a YouTuber founded event focused on makers, robotics, and overall anything that you can think of that's tied to machines, 3D printing, or making like combat robots.
Yeah, they really like their combat robots.
If you're familiar with Nile Red, Styropyro, Mark Rober, William Osman,
Adam Savage
of the Mythbusters, all of these men are involved in the event, and it is basically a giant science fair of sorts for seemingly now every university college robotics team in the country based on their area, but also for independent game developers, independent artists, independent software makers. There are some non-independent people there. To Angela's point, there were more big corporate sponsors this year than ever in the past. General Motors had a booth.
They were actually like one of the top sponsors. And then I know that X-Tool was also one of the big sponsors this year.
Who make a lot of the laser cutters and such.
Yeah, a lot of laser cutters. They do have some like welders as well, which is kind of interesting, as well as like printers.
We have the new laser welding, so I
Yeah.
think a lot of that technology is just sort of repackaging the same parts in a different way.
Exactly.
So there's all of that, but there used to be a bit more steampunk. There used to be a bit more bluntly punk art.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like I still love the convention. I will say the punk energy of the con has definitely depleted a little bit, but I'm also not fully going into this convention, like even from the very get-go, we understood that the larger it got, and the more that Osmond was actually able to stop paying for it out of pocket, which we all hoped he would be able to do because it's very expensive to run a convention.
Yeah, I do feel like the guys running it did not seem as stressed this year as they had in the last 3.
No. There were, and you can always tell by how stressed they are by how many handwritten signs the convention has. But one of the things I wanted to actually bring up about the convention is one of the things I love about this thing, and I know it's too expensive for all cons to do, but look at their badge. It's on an actual PCB like piece of hardware, so you can solder shit to this, and then it is. There we go.
There for a quick moment.
For a quick moment to break reality, but like it's actually on it's made by PCBWay,
and it's fully set up so that if you want to, and it's labeled, you can solder parts to it, and you can make a little blinking badge.
It's really
this year's
cool.
reacts to sound.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, you can set it up so that you
That's
can put
why
sound.
everybody. Okay, so about these, every year they've done this every year.
Here are all of them because we've been every year.
Yeah, we've been every year. So we've gotten one of these cool, chunky, heavy badges. Makes it very hard to lose
I
it.
feel bad. I've never actually assembled one. We have the parts for it.
Yes. We didn't get parts for this year's actually.
We have the parts.
Okay, cool. I assumed we probably did.
In our collection of...
We
have enough small parts. We can do it. Turn the filter back on.
Yep.
Dear God, don't let them see the reality.
Ah! Okay. All right, there we go. All right, we're back. So I love these things. I think it's really cool. Very heavy, so it's very difficult for you to lose it because I always feel like I know it's there. Like not so heavy that it's like straining my neck as I'm going through the con, but heavy enough that I'm not like misplacing it. They have in the past given us parts to supply to actually solder the badges. This year, they actually had a massive, constantly, like, with at least 30 or 40 people waiting in line at it.
I would actually say this was they had hundreds of people in line.
They did.
But they had like 50 stations.
They did. They had like 50 stations, and they had an entire big tent set up because this con is partially outdoors, partially indoors because they do enough stuff with like vehicles, drones, etc. that they want to have space. So they end up doing it basically at the San Mateo County Fairground, is my understanding of what that space is, which works out really well because there's enclosed pavilions, there's stages and stuff for people to still do talks and podcasts and performances and like skits and all that sort of stuff for like the guest speakers. But then you also have indoor space for like some of the people who don't need to be outside. But then you have plenty of space outside for both food trucks, which was great. You didn't really have to leave the space, which was awesome. But you still had plenty of options and like variety. But then you also had outdoor space for like the race cars and like the drones and like Wings was there, for example. I think that was one of the sponsors. And so they had an entire drone display and everything, and they were doing like demos and such of what exactly their drones are capable of. And I just think that's really cool. But back to this thing. So they had a big station outside. It was like one of the first things you would see as you come in through the main gate. And no joke, the entire time we were there were hundreds of people always waiting in line. And all of the booths were constantly filled, and there was at least like 50 booths where people were just soldering.
Yeah, they were churning people through, so I don't want to make it sound like it was standing there, but
it's not. It's
just very popular.
Yeah, it was extremely popular. I think it was like the most like outside of that and the taser knife fight that you could sign up to do with a buddy. Like those were, I think, the two most popular like interactive things that happened at the convention. I got to ride a giant. Well, it wasn't a giant train. It was a miniature train, but it was like the kind that you can put in your backyard and people can actually sit in. So like the mostly the size that like children can comfortably sit in. Like I sat in like one of the walled open top things, and it definitely squeezed my hips a bit, but it was not too bad. Hello, Beef Chief. It's lovely to see you. But yeah, so eventually one day I'll solder all these and get them actually to glow and stuff. But I just think this is really cool. And I know it's expensive. I know most conventions won't do this, but like, I don't know. It's fun. I like it. I want more cons to use PCB as a way for them to hand out their badges. I just think it's really cool. One of the other things that I managed to snag while I was there is a pack of seeds, which are like, why are you getting seeds at a science convention? Because this company, Make, I think is how it's pronounced. I might be saying that wrong, but they do the printing. So they have machines that can do this really cool textured, like you can kind of try to get it so you can, yeah, you see how it's like UV acrylic, and then they basically cure it onto whatever it is you're printing. And it doesn't have to be paper. Like, you can print it onto paper because that's what the seed packet is made of. And I love, by the way, that somebody was like, I'm gonna use this to label all my seed packs and identify visually what the damn flower is, which I love. Because like a lot of times I'll have spares, or like I'll just accidentally fuck up the other bags that they came in so badly that I can't use them again. This is a great solution for that. Which is why I was really drawn into it. And then they just showed me a whole bunch of other stuff the machine could do, which is really cool. I'll probably have a reel about that one later on, but like the lady that was talking to me about it was showing me all sorts of things that had been printed on. Like, you can't just—
Was that the Anchor booth?
This was Make.
Okay.
And like, so like she had printed onto her cell phone case, for example. She had printed onto her badge.
That was Anchor.
Oh, was that Anchor?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, the company on the back is, it says this, so I wasn't sure.
Cool, but I'm just gonna...
Okay. Well, so, like, regardless, I just thought it was really neat. And,
What?
I'm getting a phone call from my mom.
Okay. Go to BRB.
I will be right back, guys. All right, sorry about that, everybody. Oh, I think I paused my music. Let me get that back on as well for us. Boop. All right, sorry about that. I just had to take that call from Mama Hobby Night. All right, but honestly, like, open source, just to get back into that, because I really, oh, we also clarified, it is Make, but they're a subsidiary of Anchor.
Yeah, as far as I
Yes.
can tell, because the reason I thought they were Anchor is because on their products and like the subtext, like the little copyright stuff, I saw Anchor.
Got it.
But yeah, reviewing the footage, it does have that name everywhere with the subtitle, so I'm guessing they're a subsidiary of Anchor.
I actually think she said that while I was talking with her. I just didn't really like process it properly.
Fair enough.
But I think it is like in the dialogue that she was saying to me. So yeah, I just thought this was really cool. I actually really like the product. I probably will reach out to them because it's something that I'm kind of interested in, like, let alone just for this. But I was also just thinking like there could be some merch ideas with this. I've never really done merch, but like it could be interesting to try doing some like textured stuff. I just think that would be really neat. I also just think the machine's kind of cool, and I like organizing things prettily, and that's what I feel like this can let me do. So I'm very, very excited about it. I panicked for a second thinking that I hadn't actually turned my microphone back on. But yeah, like, open source was great. Genuinely, so my big concern is, actually, the thing that I want to talk about that is really exciting to me. So I actually brought up open source the week, like 2 weeks before it was going to happen this year, to my IPMS club. And for those of you that are not familiar with what IPMS is, it just stands for International Plastic Modeler Society. And it's basically the organization I am part of that has really like fostered and encouraged a lot of my scale model building outside of you guys. And so like this club, I went to it on this week because I go once a month. And I love going. We get to I show off models that I've been working on. I showed off the Mazda last time, which I built with you guys and painted with you guys. So that was really cool. They really liked it. I did have a wheel fall off while I showcased it. It's okay though. I'm going to glue that back on. It's fine. But the point is I brought up open source to them, and I was like, because they were asking like, oh, is there anything else anybody wants to bring up? And I was like, this isn't specifically like exclusively scale model oriented, but I have every year seen models of some variety or seen literal other clubs, not necessarily IPMS clubs, but other types of scale model clubs at this convention. And seeing even just this model making from Opaleye, this year I'm still encouraged to see, and also the train guys this year was really cool. So like there's still a presence of scale model design in there, even if it's not necessarily like the movement type, like the robotic type. So I pitched it to my IPMS club of like, I think we could probably get a table. They're pretty flexible. It's basically a big adult science fair, and I've definitely seen other clubs recruiting in years past. So I think next year, and I'm gonna bring this up to them when I go again in August, to be like, okay, I went to open source. I do still think this is cool. Tickets are currently available already for 2027. I haven't seen applications yet go up for like being an exhibitor, but do you want me to actually like reach out on the club's behalf and like see about that? Or do you want me to get you the information so you guys can do it? How do you want to do this? Do we actually want to try going? Because if we do, that would be really cool. And I would want a booth babe, because I think that would be really fun. And also then I get to just talk everybody's ear off about scale models. And does that not sound amazing? They'll all run away eventually because I just won't shut up about it. But I think that'd be really cool. So there's a chance that next year I might go on like a industry capacity. Not actually, but like with my IPMS club. And if not, I probably will still go next year because I have gone every year since it started. And it's been really, like, one of the things that I love about this convention is because I was lucky enough to be able to attend the first one, because it happens in SF every year, or in the Bay Area. It's no longer in San Francisco itself, but it happens in the Bay Area every year. And I think it's already at San Mateo. Like, I think it's going to be at that convention center until they outgrow it, is basically the impression that I've gotten at this point, unless something like horrific happens and like somebody's robot explodes and like damages something, and then the San Mateo Convention Center's like, fuck you guys, no. But otherwise, I feel like they're gonna just be there until they outgrow it, which for me works really well because I think it's a great space and I really don't have any complaints about it. So I think, and of all of the spaces they've been, it's definitely the best. It's definitely the best space they've had. the first year was in a very tight location, very rough, but very cool, because they also had a giant boat that you got to go and eat lunch on. It would be very cool to do it next year. Yeah, I think so too. I think it's going to be really neat to do it next year if the club wants to. Like I said, I'm going to reapproach it with them on like next month's meeting, just to kind of keep it in their brains and such, because I think it'd be really neat. But we'll see. Regardless, I will definitely go next year. I'm very, like, next year is the year where I'm like, okay, if it continues to become a bit more like big name corporate entities rather than like cool small projects. Like, for example, there was and you actually, it was the reel that we released today, both on, I think, have we put it out on YouTube yet?
What?
The Spark block.
Yes.
Okay. So,
actually,
yeah.
no, you haven't given me your phone yet.
Oh, okay. Well, here you go.
I was gonna, not while the stream is live. I'll post it later.
Okay, perfect. So if you follow me on Instagram and Facebook, then my reel that I posted this morning with Smart Brick, or not Smart Brick, sorry, that is the official one. Let me just
Spark Brick.
Spark Brick. Thank you. Ooh. With Spark Brick, they were another company, like small company that I got to talk to, which is doing Lego. Like, they're outperforming Lego Smart Bricks.
In performance.
Like crazy.
And what they actually do.
At what they actually do.
She's not saying it's sales. She just...
No.
She just means they're cool.
I just mean, like, in the functionality of what Lego implied their Smart Brick technology was going to be able to do, Spark Brick is actually doing it and did exceeding my expectations. It is so cool. I really hope that they, like, are successful and do some fun stuff, because it's like teaching small electronics and circuits and all sorts of things using bricks that also have electronics inside of them or lithium batteries inside of them and like all sorts of stuff. And it's just like really cool things. And then you can build. They had like a little robotic ant, and by little I mean he was like this big and massive, but it looked so cool and it was moving, and they had like one of those machines that just keeps dropping marbles and such. Like, it was one of those on repeat, and you can change the speed. So it kind of like, you can either have it be like a fun little toy or kind of like a meditation device type thing. Like, it's just really cool. I thought it was really neat. And I'm hoping those types of people, like those types of booths, don't disappear entirely at the convention. And here's the thing. I don't think that's going to happen. My biggest concern is just like one of the big sponsors trying to like assert more dominance, I guess, over the open source team. And that's where I'm worried, but I don't think that's really... I think Osmond is himself deeply punk enough to never fully let that happen. I don't really know, though. He is an engineer, and nothing happens in engineering without money. And sponsors do have money. So I don't know. That's part of why I'm intrigued to watch it, you know? It's kind of why I'm intrigued to watch it. Hello, Angel. It's lovely to see you. Okay, so speaking of 3D printed stuff, because we're talking about open sauce, we did,
this is my next project.
This is CC's next project that he's working on.
When I have free time.
Yes, which is not right now a lot, but because we're very, very busy at the moment. But he has, I forget the official name.
It's the Lighthawk sword from Tenchi Muyo. Technically, the sword's name is Tenchi.
Oh, that's right. It is
Tenchi is named after the sword.
Yes, that's right. But it's the Lighthawk sword, because I was like, there's a way they refer to it.
In honor of the Tenchi Galaxy Kickstarter. If you were a fan of Tenchi Muyo back in the day on Toonami, the millennial nostalgia is a hell of a drug, and there is a Kickstarter. It is successfully funded already.
Yep.
To bring back a sequel to Tenchi Universe,
which is the TV series.
Yes. It is the TV series, not Tenchi in Tokyo, not the Tenchi OVA, not Tenchi Ryoki, Tenchi Universe. If you are in the know, you're in the know. If you're not, don't worry about it. There's new Tenchi, there's new Ryoko, that's all that matters.
Yes. Although I think Ryoko is still being voiced by original Ryoko voice.
It is, and that woman is 71.
Which is kind of wild because...
It still works, though.
It still works. She did an ad read talking about...
You can tell she's getting older.
No, you totally can.
It's been 27 years.
She still sounds like Ryoko, and like, I don't know about you guys, but Ryoko is like top tier waifu.
I kind of hope because they're teasing in the episode that maybe we're gonna get Ryoko's like mother. Because once again, it's a TV series, not the OVA.
Yep.
Different
backstory.
I'm wondering if maybe we can transition, get a new Ryoko voice actor for the future, but have her voice the mom.
That would be great, actually. You have the Tenchi Muyo box set. Which version, though? Like,
yeah, because this is a sequel to Tenchi Universe.
Yeah, this is a sequel to Tenchi Universe, not the OVA.
Or the second TV series, Tenchi in Tokyo, which everyone agrees is kind of crap.
Yeah, or the second TV series.
Which I don't even think you've seen.
You started to show it to me, like, back in Virginia, like, randomly when we were bored.
Are you sure it was Tenchi in Tokyo and it wasn't Universe?
No, it was definitely Tokyo, because you were like, you have to see what they did wrong.
Yeah.
It was more of like an educational,
it's how you ruin a good harem anime.
Yeah. That's why we watched it. It was more of a like, we're not watching this because it's good. We're watching this for like education purposes of like, this is how a studio fucks something up.
For those of you who are wondering how you fuck up a harem anime, is you introduce a new girl who is simply a bluntly kind of normie, submissive, conservative Japanese girl, and make her the faded actual love interest for the main character, not the cool space pirate, or the BDSM space princess, or the mad scientist, or the cool like space cop with a space cruiser. No, it's the boring girl in class.
Yeah, definitely.
Listen, I can understand how there's a meaning and a metaphor, but I am not watching Tenchi Muyo for the meaning and metaphor.
You're also not watching Tenchi Muyo to see him hook up with a single person. You're definitely watching Tenchi Muyo to see all of the hot chicks constantly piling their boobs on him. And also each other.
It's not really that type of series.
No, but they do, like, Ayeka and Ryoko really like to hang on him. Like, at least on his arms.
Okay.
Like, they're definitely squeezing boobs into his arms a lot.
Watch it. You're on
I understand. So, yes, Tenchi Muyo has a new Kickstarter. It's already been funded. I'm really excited to see where they're going to go with it. Just because it is such a OG series for me. At least in, like, knowing about it. I didn't actually watch the full thing until much, much later, till, like, post-college. Ryoko is best. Yeah, I don't have anything really to add to that. She is the GOAT, and I don't know if there's realistically a waifu I would actually put above her? Question mark? Is there, especially from a harem anime?
I haven't watched enough.
I guess I haven't watched enough either, but like even some of the ones that I have.
Because especially with the modern stuff, I've never seen an episode of Rent a Girlfriend. I've never seen an episode of 100 Girls Who Really, 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 Really Love You. I've never seen Love Hina.
Wait, you really have never watched like anything from Love Hina?
I saw the movie that ended it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so I've seen the end.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Doesn't he just hook up with the one chick?
It's what's implied.
It's like
It's a Christmas special.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. I think he does. Tenchi Muyo is a huge blast from the past, is it not? Like the fact that it's getting a new modern series with animation, by the way, that looks spectacular. It is definitely a little bit different from what I remember even of Universe, but it's very reminiscent. It's very interesting. It's almost similar to the way that they're animating the newest series for Ghost in the Shell, which I think is a retelling, I think it's a reboot of the series, but done more in the original style of the OG mangaka, which definitely has a little bit more of a gag art style to it. Like, not entirely, and there's definitely still some, like, you're still getting plenty of Makoto looking, like, fine as hell with, like, you know, wires and shit around her because cyberpunk. But it's definitely, like, they have, like, nailed. If you've ever seen the manga for Ghost in the Shell, like, the OG manga, they've nailed it. Like, mimicking that style. How are we going to do the blade of the sword, or are you just going to stick it with a hilt? So it does actually have a section for a blade. I don't...
Yeah, I have not investigated fully. I haven't even
Yep.
measured the diameter yet.
Yeah, I don't think we've looked at all of how we're going to fill
But
this.
I do have lightsaber, like, blade plans, so I could print those.
Yes, and they, I was wondering, like, would we be able to get the telescoping one into this? Probably not,
with
right?
proper scaling, it's theoretically possible. I'd have to, but probably not immediately.
Okay. Because it would be really cool to be able to, like, whip it like it is a lightsaber, because it essentially is a lightsaber. And be able to have that blue blade come out. Super cool. You like my videos? Oh, well, thank you. I very much appreciate that, Angel. Your English has improved? Well, honestly, yeah, you've been talking super well in chat, so, like, you're doing great. Thank you so much. Episode 2 of Ghost in the Shell got spicy, like the newest one. I haven't actually watched it yet, but I know that I've heard great things. I heard it is a little bit more on the comedy side than the OG, which you can very obviously tell just from the preview animation and everything that they did, or like the trailer rather. But that doesn't super bother me. I can always go back and just watch Standalone Complex if I want to. Like, it exists and it's there for me. And I think we have DVD copies of it. I can't remember now, but I think we do. Regardless, I'm sure there's places I can find it. Very briefly. Oh, no, wait. You haven't watched it yet, Captain Comic Geek.
What, this week's?
Yeah, this week's episode.
Okay, no, I'm willing to talk about it. Half this episode's a recap episode.
It's
a, hey guys, do you remember why Nox is doing all this and why Dawn is doing all this? Like, half the episode's okay. And if the half of the episode that wasn't clip filler was the entire episode, it'd be a great episode.
Yeah, but it was a weird episode.
But I'm just, and listen, the finale's going to be great. It's just, honestly, they're setting up to go, all right, just in case you don't remember, here are the important factoids before we have, like, the final 5 episodes or so.
Yep. It's definitely in that
and
point.
it suffered for it.
Yeah, we got home early enough to be able to watch it live, and we were just like...
It just barely, too. I actually realized, we crashed on the couch, and I realized it was like 7:32.
Yeah, we were like, oh my god, we actually can watch it. So yeah, it's fine. It definitely wasn't last week's episode.
No.
Oh my god, I loved last week's episode.
Yeah, that Dawn episode
so much.
is still... Also, I did just realize the reason his name is
It's
Steve.
not just a clip show, but it's mostly.
I would say of the, like, 23 minutes of runtime, like, 10 minutes of its recap.
Yeah.
I might be wrong. I might just be projecting.
It felt like a lot of recap. Is all
Some
we're
of it,
saying.
and also it's because they recap like Dawn's flashback.
Yeah.
And we just saw that 2 episodes. Although I did just realize that the reason his name is Sieg
It's because he carries a Sieg.
because he's named after the gun he was given as a kid, which is a Sig Sauer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, which I had not realized either. Even though I have literally seen a picture, and I think all of them have a specific gun that's tied to them.
Yep.
And yeah, it definitely had Sieg, or how do you pronounce the gun's name?
Sig Sauer.
Sig Sauer.
That's the company that makes it. It's like a Winchester.
Oh, okay, so the Sieg Sauer, like it had it there. It was there. No, we have not watched Ultraman yet. I have been too busy. Like, between getting the R35 painted up and done, and now he's working on editing, and we've got like an outline for my script and everything, and then like one main section like written that I will like that is important that I want to get right. So that's been a thing, and then we're doing a bunch of recording with Shay and Boba actually this week, because Boba's actually in town, and she's a friend of mine. You may have seen me posting about Boba when I was back at Creators After Dark in February. We met up for the first time, and so she's in town for a little while, and so we've been making a lot of plans to do a bunch of things with them, and so it's just been insane.
Yeah,
it's been very fun, but it's just been like crazy. So all of my, with the exception of making sure I watch Zets and occasionally getting in some Dr. Stone because I'm addicted.
I was gonna say the only thing we've been doing is we've been watching Dr. Stone because we're nearing the end.
Yes, and that's pretty much the only thing that we've been doing like leisure-wise since, I don't know, 2 weeks ago. Like, I feel like it's been forever. but it's fine because like honestly, it's all fun. It's just it's all very like it's consistent right now. Like and which honestly is good. It is good. I feel like I'm complaining, but it is actually
And
good.
speaking of consistency, we have been watching the Streamer University. That's right, we are
Yes.
hip with the kids. And because of that, we are actually formatting this stream a
Yeah.
little differently. You were staring at me.
Sorry.
Um,
Yeah, we're gonna be formatting the stream a little bit differently. That's why you kind of saw if you're a member or a patron, you might have seen me posting a little bit of this vaguely on Discord recently. But yes, we are trying something a little bit new because we've been following the great Professor L.
Indeed. And we're actually going to begin that right now. Do you need a break before the next section? Before the next segment, like a bathroom break or anything?
Yeah, let me do like a quick bathroom break and then we'll go ahead
All right.
and get the next section going.
We'll be
'cause
back
yes.
in like 5 minutes, guys.
Yep. See you very soon.
I don't usually fall for someone. I don't even care who I run from. You're on my mind, and you know I'm broken, but you're not the kind, on my mind, so listen. I'm on the run, afraid of heights, and too much for sound, but oh, you make me numb, like no one else. You're too much to calm me down. Oh, you're another kind. Oh, you're another kind. Oh, you're another kind. Hey, yeah, another kind. Another kind. I don't usually like people, no. I just think they got too much to say. You're on my mind, and you know I'm broken, but you're not the kind, on my mind, so listen. I'm on the run, afraid of heights, and too much for sound, but oh, you make me numb, like no one else. You're too much to calm me down. Oh, you're another kind. Oh, you're another kind. Oh, you're another kind. You're another kind. You're another kind.
Okay. So, I don't know if you guys have heard about this, but Katie from Tabletop Tactics is actually leaving Tabletop Tactics and going solo. And this is actually her first video on her new channel. And I just want to say, first of all, I've been following Katie for a very long time, basically the entire time that she joined Tabletop Tactics and a little bit before that. And I love what she does. Her obsession with Tyranids is adorable. And I'm very curious what we're going to see in this video, because if you have been following her on her other social media platforms and not just through her content with Tabletop Tactics, you'll know that she has gotten very much into gunpla recently. So I'm kind of curious. I'm like, is this girl about to absolutely wow me and start like a gunpla focused channel? So without further ado, I want to go ahead and watch this and see what it is all about. Let's watch it.
Here, and now might be a really good time for a reintroduction, or an introduction if you're new here. Because while I still very much am a Tyranid-obsessed hobby goblin, what I do is about to change quite a lot. But before I get into that, let's address the elephant in the room, because I'm sure a lot of you will have seen the news by now that I've left Tabletop Tactics.
Okay, so immediately I'm just gonna pause, because yes, I have seen the news that she's left Tabletop Tactics, and I'm very excited for her to immediately be off the bat being like, yes, I am still a hobby goblin, I still love my Tyranids, but things are gonna change. Gunpla, come on, Katie, give me Gunpla.
And that's because I've decided to move on and make my own content. I feel incredibly lucky that I've been able to do Warhammer full-time as my job for the last 5 years, and I couldn't be more grateful for that experience.
It's very impressive. 5 years,
that
crazy.
has been predominantly focused on the tabletop gaming side of things. Now just feels like the right time for me to explore more of the hobby and community that I love so much and see what I can create within that. I feel like I've been stood on the sidelines for a really long time because I myself haven't had enough time to actually get involved in everything. So now I can, and this is what
Okay, that is interesting. Like, I don't think it's really super controversial, and I just want to like talk about that, because when you actually do go into content creation, when you're doing this flow and everything, it can, like, I'm literally feeling this exact same thing to a degree in a different way, I think, as Katie. And I'm empathizing immediately with her, honestly, because like when you do start doing content creation, if you're working with a big group or you have like a bunch of things that that group is doing, even if you're a solo content creator and you have a lot of things that you want to do, a lot of activities, a lot of events, you're doing collabs, all sorts of things, it ends up building into a packed schedule. And it can be hard to then try to be involved in all the things you even want to do, because the things that you're either obligated to do or the other things that you want to be doing overlap or take too much time or take more time than you expected, which, especially in the hobby space, I personally feel like I've experienced a bunch, because there's like, you'll think, all right, I think this miniature is going to take me X amount of time. Here's like my breakdown of that. And then it just doesn't. Something goes wrong. Maybe you get it done really fast and then you're like, whoosh. But most of the time, I just feel like you're like, oh, I'm suddenly in crunch, and it's very, very interesting. So let's continue on. I just wanted to I kind of wanted to speak to that a little bit, because I was really, I don't know, I felt empathy there so hard.
this is. So with that I say, welcome to my channel.
Yay! Katie plays!
Because for me, Warhammer has always been about the community. The enormous sprawling mess of it, from collecting and lore and building and painting and cosplay and video games, events,
Hell yeah.
the people. The tabletop gaming side of things is just one small part of a hobby that I love so entirely. And this community and all of you guys watching now are a massive part of who I am. I can genuinely say that I am completely different person than I was when I started Warhammer all of those years ago.
Oh, I can completely believe she feels different. Like, I feel like a different person for when I started in this hobby than what I am now. Like, I can only imagine she must feel that, having been playing as consistently as she did. And I'm going to read into some things real quick before we get further into this. I don't know if she'll talk about it, but I know for me personally, the state Warhammer is in on the playing side is really low. Like, my enthusiasm for that is like tanking hard. It has been for several years, because I personally was not super thrilled with 10th even from the get-go, but as more of 10th came out, I felt discouraged. And 11th edition has done absolutely nothing to reignite my love for the game, because I don't feel like they've actually done much to change things. And I'm kind of curious if she'll talk about this in more detail or not. And if she doesn't, it's really none of my business or none of our business. But I'm curious if she's like feeling the same thing and feeling a little demoralized by the state of the game. And that's why she's focusing on so many elements of the other side of the community that makes Warhammer as awesome as it is, which I honestly will say, GW, you should watch this and you should take notes, because I do think you yourself as a company have neglected parts of your own community to focus on other things. And I think it's hurting you. And I don't think you've realized it yet. I really honestly feel like Games Workshop doesn't. You love AOS. See, there's so many other things Games Workshop does that they don't fixate on sometimes or often enough. And I think Age of Sigmar is honestly one of them. And because they make some great models over there. Holy shit, are the models amazing. But let's keep doing. I mean, you could stick to the older styles of 40K for sure, but then everybody else who's part of the moving community that sticks with the modern stuff is going to go past you. And then you're not going to, like, you'll still be able to have things to talk to them. And sure, people plenty do that. But if all of the current rules and all of the current news, especially as a content creator, are all about the new things, it's really hard to stay focused and play the old things. Now, maybe that's what she'll end up doing. Who knows? Like, let's continue with the video and see what more she has to say.
To all of you. So this is absolutely not me saying that I'm leaving Warhammer. Quite the opposite, in fact, because this is now Katie fully unleashed onto the worlds of Warhammer.
Katie fully unleashed.
Absolutely anything.
Her pro wrestling name?
What does this actually all mean though? And what am I doing here? Well, the first part of that is going to be live streams. I'm going to be doing weekly hobby live streams on YouTube and on Twitch on Thursdays and Sundays. And I'm going to be kicking all of that off with my brand new Harridan project. I would love it if you guys came and hung out and either helped me
Holy
or
shit, that looks intense. Hold on.
It's going to be
we need to look at this a little bit more. Whoa. Those are just the wings. That looks crazy. Girl. I can't wait to see, I cannot wait to, oop, I hit the wrong thing, close that.
Everything all right?
Yeah, I accidentally opened Discord and I didn't mean to. Look how cool that is. I wonder, so, I mean, she's painting in the classic, is it Leviathan that has the white purple, I think it is? So she's doing classic Leviathan, so I can already kind of imagine what she's gonna do with this, but the scale is massive, and I'm very curious how she's going to treat those wings. Like if she's going to do anything like really fun with it, etc., or if she's going to like. I mean, I've seen some of her other work, and she always does really cool things. So I have confidence she's going to do amazing stuff. But like, damn, that is crazy. All right, let's let her continue.
Either way, it's going to be a really fun time. On top of all of that, I am going to be releasing videos to YouTube. So that could be hobby videos, it could be me learning to cosplay, which is a bit of a sneak peek of something I want to do.
Ooh, some cosplay videos, that's
really
fun.
I'm excited for the new Total War and Dawn of War games to be released because, fun fact, Dawn of War is what got me into Warhammer in the first place. The main thing I want to do with this space is to try and show you that you guys can do absolutely anything. The point of this hobby is to enjoy.
You guys can do absolutely anything. We all can do absolutely anything, Katie included.
And I'm so excited to bring you all along on the journey of me doing that, and hopefully maybe inspire some of your own journeys within the hobby. And if you do want to join me, here is how you do it. I am going to be regularly visible on Twitch and YouTube, so make sure you follow and subscribe in the different locations so you don't miss when I go live or a brand new video goes live. I have also set up a Patreon, so if any of you want to come and support me over there, I would massively, massively appreciate it. That is where I will be granting early access to videos, additional content, and some higher tiers of interaction within the Discord if you guys are interested. There is already content live over there with early access to a video explaining how I paint my High Fleet Leviathan scheme, along with a step-by-step written guide. They're both available now, so go check it out. And then the next video
She's already got extra content. Nice.
Is an AMA. Yes, I'm going to let you guys ask me anything, and I will
we
be
can ask questions.
From
Yay!
the Discord, which you can join by becoming a Patreon member or.
Ooh, honestly, speaking of which, I'm just going to pause her there real quick because I haven't done an AMA in a while. Maybe I should do an AMA soon. That could be kind of fun. Maybe we could even possibly do it live. You guys could ask, like, I could do that live and ask questions. Have you guys ask? Oh, I like this. I like this. Thank you, Katie. Thank you for the great idea. Let's continue.
or subscribing on Twitch. So head over to one of those platforms, join in the Discord and ask your burning questions, and I will try and answer anything and everything, except anything that might get me in trouble, but you guys aren't going to do that, and I trust you, okay? Everything's going to be fine. Finally, if you want to be a super cool person and physically show your support, I do have stickers and t-shirts available.
Stickers
Links to
and
everything
t-shirts,
I
nice.
just mentioned is in the description below, so head down there to check everything out and just be a super cool
She's
awesome
taking her
person.
knowledge from
With
tabletop
all that said
tactics
and
and
done,
immediately
I could
applying
very
it to her own
easily
stuff.
spend
I
a
love
really
that.
long time
Sell.
going into so much detail about what I'm doing and why I'm doing it, and just how much Warhammer and the community and all the aspects of this hobby have massively shaped my life over the last few years. But if I do that now, there is a really strong chance that I will start crying, and while that's very on brand for me, I figured let's start things off on the
It's
right
very
foot.
on brand
So
for I
instead,
understand completely,
come and join
Katie.
me for my first official Katie Plays live stream. It will be on Twitch and YouTube
That was
on
last
Sunday,
weekend.
July
Last weekend,
19th
alright.
at 6:30 p.m. BST.
Well,
And
she
that is
does
where I will be able
have
to talk to you all
it
about
on
my
YouTube,
plans,
so I wonder if I can
my
go. I can
hopes,
probably go back
dreams,
and watch it
and we
actually,
can
if
start
she's putting it
building
as
this
a
really
VOD.
cool community
Because I am really curious to
together,
see what
and
she's
that's probably
doing on
why I
that
get
big
really
thing.
emotional.
Anyone in chat
So
watch
make sure
it?
you come and
Let
hang
me
out
see.
there.
Let me
I can't
see.
wait to
Has
talk to
anybody
you.
in chat
I've been a part
watched
of the
it yet?
community for so long, and now I finally get to be part of all of it. Fully, completely, and with all of you guys along.
You can't
the
paint
ride,
non-metallic
because
metals?
this is it.
Neither can I.
This is the channel
Neither
now
can I.
officially launched.
Dragon 10, I
And
understand. She's
until the end of
completely
time,
amazing,
we
isn't
will
she? Like,
hopefully
I
have weekly
adore Katie.
videos and streams and hobby and just general chaos. With that, thank you all so much for
All right,
watching.
all
I
right.
really
We
can't
are
say enough
looking
how much
good
I
then.
appreciate
I think
every
that's
single
awesome. I
one of
wanna
you. So
go ahead and
let's
pause her because I think we're just doing the final wrap up and everything. And I just want to say that I'm very excited for Katie. It's pretty standard stuff that she's talking about. I will admit, I'm a little disappointed we got nothing about Gunpla. Like, if she is just doing a full like 40K focus predominantly still, that's great. I kind of expected that to a degree. But honestly, I am surprised, especially with the opening of saying like she wants to do other things as well, that we got nothing about some of those other things that weren't specifically tied to Warhammer. And I know it's her niche. It's what she's like, it's been her bread and butter for 5 years. So it's probably going to be hard for her to not like let go of that to a little degree. And obviously she doesn't want to. She's clearly still very impassioned by the community. And I think this video really made that obvious. But I kind of was hoping for legitimately her being like, and also I'll be building some Gunpla and talking about that kind of stuff. Like, I love that we got some like focus on cosplay. I'm actually really excited to see her focus on cosplay because I've seen some of the stuff that she has done with the conventions she's been going to in the UK, and it looks really rad, and I want to see her do even more. And based on the little preview she showed us, it looked sick. So, Katie, I'm very excited for you. All right. Is there going to be Hobby Night merch? You know, I don't know. I don't know. That is something that like we've kind of off and on talked about for years, but I don't have a really good idea of what to make.
We have the problem that we have to consider what we're building at scale.
Yes.
And trying to get merch is something of, if you only buy a few hundred units, it's super expensive.
Yes.
And to do more units than that, we'd have to be able to store more units.
Right.
And we're not even a 100,000 subscriber channel.
Yeah, and I'm just like, I just don't know if, like, outside of like doing stickers, which I feel like maybe I could do on a smaller scale a little bit more cheaply than like t-shirts or something.
Maybe a print-on-demand site, but then they're slow. We don't have control over quality.
Yeah, and that's my concern. There's a lot you'd buy Hobby Night merch. I'm sure there's a lot of you in my chat, because a lot of my chat is my hardcore fans, would totally buy my merch. My concern is once all of you guys buy it, what if I get stuck with like 100,000 t-shirts or something?
Or 1,000.
Or even 1,000 t-shirts that I can then never move. Like, that's my fear. Maybe I just lack confidence in my own selling power, like my personality as a selling power or something like that. But I don't know. It's just never something that has like really struck me as a thing that I personally should be doing.
All right. I'm going to move you on to our next topic.
Yes, absolutely. Let's do it.
So after discussing Katie, there is something else that is going to be heavily impacting your future.
Yes, and Katie actually a little bit mentioned this as well as something that she wanted to be doing on her channel. She is my competition after all. That's partially also why I wanted to watch that video, to be like, what is she doing? This new solo girl in the Warhammer community
Yeah, I
doing?
do like the idea of desk mats. That's a cool idea.
Ooh. Oh my god. What if I did a butt mouse pad?
Yep. Okay.
Okay.
For this lead-in,
Yes.
I would like you to say that Billy was last weekend, and we have a preview for Total War Warhammer 40K.
Okay, excellent, guys. All right. Billy was last weekend, and we have a preview for Warhammer 40K. All right, chat, let's watch this, because as you may or may not know, I've been a little nervous about this game, but I'm optimistic. Let's see what they have in store for us. It's a work in progress. Okay. They were going to just show us the whole thing. Ready to go.
欢迎来到哈米吉多顿战区，此战区包含了多个可玩恒星系。
Okay, multiple planetary
每
systems.
个恒星系都拥有多个有着独特
Has
生态
multiple
系
planets in each
统
one.
与战术优势的行星。现在，我们正位于一个文明世界的轨道上空，它正在遭受
Wow! No, the orcs!
星球总督向我们发出了求援。从战略角度来看，支援
Okay, so
他
you're
们
going to end up
也是
getting
明智之举。
missions from planetary governors and such. That seems interesting. Or at least that's kind of what they implied
我
there.
们的主舰位于轨道上空，我们可以在登陆前率先发动轨道轰炸，削弱敌
Will
军
the。game just be on one
这或许
planet,
能
or
帮
will
助我
it
们
be across multiple planets in one system?
So they've said it's actually going to be multiple systems with multiple planets in each system. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, so that actually, like, that's very interesting to me. I loved that we were actually, I'm gonna pop back just a smidge. We were doing orbital bombardment. These ships were actually bombarding from orbit. I don't know if that is like us as the player doing that pre-landing and going into a mission.
Sieging.
Oh, do you think that's the siege? Ooh. Okay, that's very interesting. I'm already immediately liking a lot more what I'm seeing in this. It's very cool. All right, let's let them keep going.
我们可以在登陆前率先发动轨道轰炸，削弱敌军。这或许能帮助我们前线的士兵守住阵地。欧克蛮人正在逼近。
The character
一旦
models
这座
look
城
amazing.
市失守，我们将失去整颗星球以及随之而来的所有战略利益。我们
Oh, look at the
当前
orcs.
是
Oh,
新
they look
界
so
军
good.
他们拥有庞大的兵力储备，但在近战中，没人想和欧克蛮人硬碰硬。我们必须以己之长攻彼之短。因此，在战斗侧方，我们将派出一支小型分遣队。
Okay, what
去
I
补给
want
列
to
车后
pause
面
actually right
先
here
行
for a
埋伏
second.
侦察哨兵
Because I find this shot interesting. We haven't really seen a lot of good shots yet of like what the UI is going to look like in its more finished state. And I think this is closer to what we're actually seeing for the finished state. And this is like a hybrid of like Dawn of War and Total War Warhammer, like the fantasy side, I feel like a little bit. And it's very interesting to me because like we have our mini map, which is behind me over here. We have what looks like a bunch of like ranks or something, or possibly commands. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Like what looks like commands above that potentially, which maybe are like the buttons that you used to have on the side for like units, or just the overall, like your army can cast this type of thing. Because I guess the units were always over here for their buttons. So like that would be the buttons for like the army can just do this, which maybe is also summoning some of those bombardments potentially from like if you've got stuff in orbit.
It would make sense, as someone in chat called out in Shogun 2, they had bombardments, and in Total War Warhammer, some of the pirate and dark elf factions have the ability to bombard if they have fleets
Oh yeah,
nearby.
they did do that. Okay, so yeah, it must be something very like that, which I think is very cool. I like having the units displayed the way that they are. I do worry. Creative Assembly is pretty good about this normally, but I do worry that they're going to be a little hard to identify without maybe like a little bit more of like different colors in the background or something, just at a quick glance potentially, especially because I'm trying to like tell if these soldiers are if all of these Imperial Guard like just basic boys, they appear to be the same. So I guess maybe it won't be too hard to identify, but there is a little, like this gets a little lost, but not too bad. There is so much happening and it's actually really exciting. So for me, if you guys are familiar with like my type of gameplay in the Total War series, because I've played a ton of Total War, Warhammer 2 and 3 on the channel, I don't often fight the battles manually. I do auto-resolve. I am genuinely more intrigued to fight these battles for some reason than I am the fantasy ones, and I genuinely don't know why. But something about like this gameplay is really piquing me. So let's keep watching.
能为我们提前窥察战场和敌人位置。他们还能根据战术需求，
The animations are looking good.
例如自动炮、重型火焰喷射器以及导弹发射器。我们在这里设伏，等待欧克曼人经过。一旦时机成熟，便从侧翼突击，打乱敌军阵型。
I'm also incredibly excited to see what they do planet-wise for the environment differences. Because there's a lot of different planet types in 40k, and I'm kind of curious to see how they push it. Like, Owlcat did some really cool stuff, and I want to see Creative Assembly do the same thing. Utilize cover.
但并非所有单位都依赖掩体。欧格林配备撕裂枪，在近距离战斗中拥有极强的压制力。
I like how they're
我们
moving.
的装甲部队将在另一侧阻止欧克曼人。
I also like how much variety we're immediately seeing. Which, I mean, again, it's Creative Assembly. They know what they're doing. They are peak,
我们也
but
将趁机削减
it's just reassuring.
我方装甲力量的核心是帝皇无刃，这是一辆重型装甲坦克，极难
Okay,
为
hold
继
on, wait. What did he just do
虽
there?
然速，我方装甲力量的核心是帝皇无刃。
Does it highlight at all what this does? Okay, I think he's telling them to run. Because this is like an arrow with multiple arrows behind it, and generally that's like an increased speed. So I think he's telling those troops to run. So are these commands for the troops that are in groups potentially? Interesting. Interesting. Okay, let's keep going.
这是一辆重型装甲坦克，极难被击毁。虽然速度较慢，但它
It's true. When you do the auto resolve, you don't get to watch it and everything. But like for me, the fun for Total War, at least in the fantasy side, has always just been conquering
与星界军部
the territory. And because that is not going to feel the same in this game, I actually feel like I'm going to be inclined to want to play the battles
强
more.
蛮人是擅长近战的精锐步兵，他们装备着杀戮锯、能量柱以及双联喷火器。
I like the focus on some of the 40k specific units and the weapons that they're going to have in there. Like they're throwing out a bunch of like very 40k names for everything, and just to hype all the
这为我
fans.
们使用女武神火箭提供了绝佳时机。我们可以调整导弹的攻击角度，对聚集的敌人造成毁灭性打击。
We could do missile strikes. I love that. I mean, you could do that in
利用
the other
跳跃
ones
背
too,
包
but
冲入敌阵，他们能够迅速跨越大片区域，甚至翻越界。
damn. Okay, that is a huge
在
like
近战中彻底摧毁。
strike that they just got in.
我们的
Stormboy
前线
scene.
就要撑不住了，是时候发动伏击了。
Could be top characters or probably group
摧毁
leaders.
这
Maybe
些
issue
列车
commands from them
将为我方
potentially.
开辟出一条全新的进军路线，这是欧克曼人完全没有预料到的。这将迫使敌军分散兵力，以此缓解前线的压力。不同地图中都将有大量可摧毁的环境与建筑，他们将不断改变战场形态，以创造新的战术选择。我们的前
The
线
openness at which they're talking about this, like the maps being and being able to like reroute and find new directions to basically outflank. Like, I feel like they had some of that, especially in Total War Warhammer 3, especially when you were doing the city battles, because they had a lot more pathways. There was a lot more ways you could like kind of reroute to and still kind of be safe from complete enemy just overtake and get to a new area. It feels like it's going to be a lot more like you are going to want to be doing that more in this. It's like looking at the map, like down here in the corner, there is something about it that's just giving me Dawn of War vibes. It's like, it's so weird how this is giving me Dawn of War vibes. It's obviously not Dawn of War. It is Creative Assembly, but they have taken, I think, a good, I don't know if it's just aesthetic or what that they're doing, but there's something that's like weirdly triggering me in a positive way, and it just makes me more hyped for this game.
我们可以调遣增援部队进入战场，稳住局势。
Cool, nice bringing in reinforcements. That makes sense.
并非所有人都能活下来。
Oh, that was one of the buttons. Okay, so bringing in reinforcements is one of the buttons.
这些士兵已经完成了他们的使命。
These men have done their duty. Now explode them. Dude, look at the bodies just being exploded. Thank you, Creative Assembly. I appreciate your emphasis on the brutality of this combat. Hello, Mr. J.
欧克曼人最大、最要命的单位出现了。践踏狙击是一
Big
种
boy, look at that stomper.
装甲厚重，极为坚固。虽然行动缓慢，但它装备了大量武器，包括超大砍刀、死亡加农炮、超级加特林炮以及超级无敌火箭。我们需要调动一部分装甲力量，逐步削弱它的防御。我们还有杀手锏未使用。由于我们的主舰仍处于轨道之上，我们可以发动轨道光锚打击，对敌军造成毁灭性伤害。
Oh my god. Lance strike him. Oh! Oh, this is gonna be so fun to play.
随着践踏狙击被摧毁，欧克曼人的阵线
Yeah. And he's still going!
敌人开始溃逃。我们或许
Oh,
影
no,
响
and there he goes. There he goes. Never mind, he exploded. He may have exploded a little bit there.
的战争仍在继续。
Oh my gosh. Honestly, I'm extremely hyped for that. I'm extremely hyped for that. Like, I was worried when Total War Warhammer 40K was first showing its trailers because there was some, and honestly, I was worried about Dawn of War 4. Is that the one we're on? Okay. I was also worried.
It's weird they skipped 3. But
It's
yeah.
really weird that they skipped 3, but we are on 4. It's weird, okay? We're not going to talk about it. But we're on Dawn of War 4. We're on Total War Warhammer 40K, finally. I was nervous about both when they first were showing footage because I will admit, both of them had very mobile control-like things happening, and I was nervous. Because, like, I do think both are... I don't actually know. Are any of the Total War games on mobile?
Yeah, but not well.
Okay, so I was really worried that was going to be their focus. I don't think that's actually the focus, and I'm so relieved to see that. Because, like, especially in Total War, because I love Total War. I've sunk so many hours into the fantasy games. I want to sink a bunch of hours into this. I will be playing Total War Warhammer 40K on the channel once it's out. Very hyped for that. So if you guys want to hang out and watch me explore this game, definitely stay subscribed, and we will be doing that because it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. That and Dawn of War, because both of them are very intriguing to me. Both of them have been a part of my life for a long time, and so I want to indulge, and I really hope both are very good. I mean, I'm very optimistic for this one, but we'll see once it's out. All right, guys, thank you so much. This is so cool. I've gone ahead and stopped recording. And
Yeah,
let's
you can talk to him a little bit more if you want before the next thing.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm interested. There's a lot. It feels, the UI, even though it's very similar, feels very different. And that has me both very excited and a little trepidatious.
Coming out. Dawn of War 4 is coming out in September. Total War's probably next year.
Got it. Okay. You hate 4X games, but you love RTSs. That's fair. They're very different beasts, even though I do think there is some overlap in some of the, like, dopamine hits that I think players get from both, but they are still very different, so I completely understand that. But yeah, Dawn of War is first. Total War will be afterwards. So you'll get your RTS first. You're getting Dawn of War first. Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to playing this. I think it'll be really good. Right? I do like the satellite strikes looked amazing.
All right, before you get to the next thing,
Yes.
I need to interrupt.
Okay.
Because this is completely off camera, has nothing to do with stream.
Uh-huh.
All right, I have a favorite drag queen now.
Oh, okay, cool.
You ready to see them?
Yeah. Yep. I understand why.
Apparently, in RuPaul's Drag Race in France, a drag queen did a honestly magnificent
Frieza.
from
Like,
Dragon Ball Z.
Holy shit. Honestly, the tail movement, the muscle bulges, like, damn. The ass? Holy shit.
Damn.
Damn. Okay. Yeah, no.
Sorry, completely unrelated to the stream.
Completely unrelated.
I had to show that off to you.
Will this be on only on PC? I do think initially it's gonna be only on PC. Will they do a port to mobile or other? I
don't think you'll go to Xbox.
I don't think it'll go to Xbox. Xbox is like,
let me see though.
Yeah, I don't actually know. I actually haven't looked because I am part of the PC Master Race. I tend to play most of my games on PC. I don't tend to.
Yes, it's coming to the Xbox.
It's coming to the Xbox. Okay, well there you go. It'll be on Xbox. I'm surprised.
It's because it's part of Game Pass.
God, I hope it works for you.
They're not solely reliant on Game Pass. That game will sell a shit.
Oh, no. That's not what I'm worried about. My worry is more for the players that try it on Xbox. I'm just worried they're going to get a really like half the experience because I just don't know.
Shout out to the real ones who remember when StarCraft was ported to the N64.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah,
StarCraft was ported to the N64?
Yeah, you had to use the little palm stick thing to do selections.
No, Drag Queen. It's RuPaul's Drag Race, which is like it's a TV show about drag queens and being the best drag queens they can be. No worries. But yeah, like that's wild to me. On the N64?
Yep.
That's insane.
They look terrible.
I can imagine. Like, what?
All right. For our next segment, we're going to drop you back down into your
Lower
shame
me.
corner.
My shame corner?
There
Okay.
you go.
I'm back in the shame corner, everybody. All right. And then...
Oh, yeah, we're not recording yet.
No.
Okay.
Do you want me to be?
Yeah, go ahead so we can have this next part ready.
Okay. All right.
I can cut off the beginning.
That's true. Do you have a lead-in for this one at all, or do you just want me to be like, all right, remember the R35?
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted you to talk about how, you've been working on the R35 and you wanted to learn a bit more about its history.
Excellent. All right, guys. Next, I'm going to not have the next in that intro. I'm going to give myself a pause. Hold on. Boys! I'm sorry, I had to. I have been building the R35. You guys may or may not have remembered this, as a lot of you were on stream while I was painting it. Well, as I was working on that and doing more research about the tank itself, YouTube graced me with a video from the Chieftains, and they cover the R35 at what has to be probably one of the coolest sounding museums I've ever heard of in France, and I'm very jealous and I want to go to it because apparently it is like the world's largest collection of armored vehicles. And I'm like, what? That is sick as hell. And not only does the Museum des Blindes, I think is how it's, I probably butchered that. I don't speak French well.
The Museum of Armored Vehicles.
The Museum of Armored Vehicles in French, or in English translated, also has the only running Tiger II. It's so cool. But the video that we're gonna watch now is specifically about the R35. I thought it would be really cool for us to watch it together and learn a little bit more about the tank that I just recently built and fully painted. I have peeked at this. We don't actually see my particular color scheme, but it is at this museum. They actually recently painted that one, I found out, which I thought was really cool. But let's begin. A short hop for you in the UK. You should go see it.
Now on inside the Chieftain's Hatch, but most of them have
You should
tended to
totally
be
go
either
see it.
late war or post-war designs. Now, at the other end of the spectrum, it is often said that the best tanks in the beginning of World War II belonged to France. So we're better to come and check it out for
boys!
ourselves. Bienvenue à France.
Hear that,
Grande
everybody?
or
The
Samour?
best tanks at the beginning of World War II were French. My beautiful French, tiny little tanks. I love them. Your favorite drag queen is Fulgrim. Yes. Yes, I love that.
That's related to something that happened before this reaction.
Yes.
For the YouTube watchers.
For the YouTube
In
watchers,
today's
that's
episode,
unrelated.
The R35.
Yeah,
In
my
the war
tank.
period, France was making do with basically two kinds of tank. The FT and its descendants, and the D1 and D2. The D1 was a little bit inadequately armored. The D2 was too heavy to perform the light tank
Shameful.
role that the FT was performing. It really only existed as a backstop to the B1 program. There, the situation remained until 1933.
I need to do more
when
research into that,
Hotchkiss
'cause I actually
got a
don't
little bit bored
know
waiting
more
for the
about those
French
programs.
government to issue a set of requirements to replace the FT, and it started its own program. This nudged the French Armaments Advisory Council into action. They issued a set of
That makes
requirements.
sense.
It was going to be a two-man tank, 8 to 10 kilometers an hour, 3 centimeters of armor, and a machine gun or two, and maybe a small caliber main gun.
Now, I don't know a lot about the actual process of manufacturing a tank and all of the requirements that you'd actually want to meet. But I imagine at this period in time, all of the specifications that they just gave of what they were expecting, I'm wondering, because this is so early in tank development, right? Like tanks were originally developed in World War One. We're at the cusp of World War II happening, but it hasn't actually yet. They're just doing research and processing because they were freaked out by World War I. And so they have all these specifications that they want. How possible is this, I wonder?
Well, I think actually the more important question to ask isn't about the possibility of the specs. It is the logic in which the specs were written. I will highlight in particular the 10 kilometers per hour requirement. 10 kilometers per hour is like nothing.
Right.
It's 6 miles per hour.
Yeah, it's like really, really slow, right?
Yes, and the reason, my understanding for that, is because they were designing in a post-World War One mindset.
That
They
makes
had
sense.
just undergone a grueling slog of trench warfare, and obviously they were still paranoid about the Germans and the communists east of them. And so, you know, between this tank design being really slow and heavy armored, and the Maginot Line, which is just the fortification line that the French built against the Germans that the Germans just went around.
Right.
It really indicates a mindset of static defense.
No, that does make sense. That actually really does make sense. That
Which is
could
also why the Imperial Guard has a lot of French World War II tank designs, because the Imperial Guard are all about that static defense.
I mean, they're not really, I mean, they do advance sometimes, but not like, at least for the Imperial Guard and 40K, yeah, they really don't, do they?
That's what the Marines are for.
Exactly. That's what the Space Marines are for. All right, let's get back to our video.
In effect, this was an FT replacement, a direct descendant. Renault came on board with the ZM prototype. However, the requirements were changing rapidly, more rapidly than Renault could keep up with. Testing with the French 25mm anti-tank gun indicated that perhaps 3 centimeters was too weak, and you needed 4.
Okay.
However, Renault was either fixing bugs or improving the tank. It couldn't do both at the same time, and eventually things came to a head with German rearmament, and the decision was made to simply build the Renault as it worked, as opposed to the Renault improved to the requirements.
I kind of actually love that. That is so funny to me. So Renault was just like, fuck all these requirements. Why don't we just make a tank that works? Like, that is essentially what that seems to boil down to me. I mean, it makes sense because again, this kind of goes to the point that I made about like, so much is changing. Tank development is so early in its history at this point. Like, they can't know because they haven't had like the testing. They haven't been able to put these out into the field or anything like realistically. So it's fascinating. I was wondering if that was going to happen, and it does seem like it did. And I kind of love that the company just decided, well, let's just make one that functions and is as close to those specs as we can, I guess. Look how cool it is. Now this is one done in a more like
three major parts that have been bolted
later
together.
paint scheme,
And as you can see, it's
hence
got a very
why
good
it's the
slope at
more
the front.
standard
The
color
problem
scheme,
is
I would
that
say, of
casting
like a tan, a
technology was
brown,
still
and a
rather in
green.
its infancy
I
at
went
the
with
time,
a
and the
fancier,
armor wasn't what it should have
more
been. Testing
eclectic
showed
one.
that
More
it was
punch!
vulnerable
More
not only
punch!
to 25mm anti-tank gunfire in places, some places you could punch through with 8mm AP. Components on the front. On the left-hand side, you start off with a rearview mirror. A neat feature you
that's
don't
what
often
that is,
see in
okay.
tanks at the time. A little bit further inboard, we have the siren, and then further forward of that, we have a light with the sheltered housing for low vision. The asymmetric nature of the tank
Make
is
a tank
visible.
that just
The
works,
driver is
period.
on
Yeah,
the
right?
left-hand
What a concept.
side. The right-hand side is the gearbox, which then connects forward to the steering system, to the sprocket wheels at the front of the tank.
Okay.
As you come around to the side of the tank, we're going to start off with the sponson bin. It's a push-button release system, a little bit unusual. It's not a huge bin. It's really just going to be some of the tools that you'd use to maintain the vehicle. Further
Why would the push button release be unusual? Would it be like a leather strap instead normally? I'm kind of like, it's a really nitpicky small little thing, but that struck me because I'm like, what's unusual? Like, because I don't know, it feels very, it almost feels modern. Maybe that's why. Maybe it's because it was like new tech and a lot of tanks at the time didn't do that. Maybe it was too problematic because it was, if you could just push it, if something bumped against it, maybe your shit would just like pop open and it would fly out. I mean, I would imagine that actually could happen probably because you do have tools in those things usually, which I think is he's about to tell us. Like, yeah, actually tools that you'd use for maintenance for the vehicle. So yeah, that makes sense. So maybe that would get like rattled out because the push button would just get like knocked by somebody or something like that, or maybe not latched securely. But it's just, I don't know, kind of interesting that he called that
forward,
out.
you'll see the marker lights, which seem to be relatively common on French tanks at the time. They're amber at the front, red at the rear, and they'll basically simply at night mark out the outside edges of the tank. Moving further down to the running gear.
I mean,
it
that
is
makes sense,
basically
'cause it's so
development of
early
the
in, like, their
AMR
use and their
35 light
invention,
tank
right?
that Renault had been building previously. It has two bogies, each with a single pair of road wheels, a sort of a horseman suspension system.
Not too bad to put together,
Further forward,
actually.
It has, I guess I'll
These
call it a
tracks, at
half
least.
bogie. It's a simple single wheel on a bell crank.
I weathered
The
it
tracks are
to
single pin,
this
very
museum
short
quality of
pitch,
weathering.
with
I
guide
didn't
horns
go
on the
super hard,
outsides.
like it was actually
To
out, like
change out
inactive
the track pin, they're
battle
held
or
in
anything
place
right
by
now.
a little plug. You knock out the plug and then you can have the pin come out on the other end. That's it for the side. Next to back.
I know, I need to touch that up before, I'll do that this evening, yeah. It was where he was stuck on. I love the
As you
little
can expect
tire
with a
on
tank
the
this
back.
small, trench crossing capability was considered to be a bit of a
Just in
problem.
case, just in case
The
we need it.
solution was the same as its predecessor tank, the FT. They added a tail to many of these little Renaults in order to get across a longer gap. If it had a tail, the spare wheel
okay.
would be mounted on the tail instead of on the back door here. The exhaust you can see comes out the back of the tank, comes around to the left, forward to the muffler, and then back out again. Behind the two doors, which we've already unbolted, you're going to see the engine on one side,
Whoa.
and the cooling system
That's cool.
is on the other. The engine is
Okay, so you're not getting in from the back at all then,
four-cylinder, puts
on
out a
this one, which I guess makes sense. I think there's a front door and then there's obviously the turret top. Because this is only a two-man tank. Like you're only fitting two people in this. So it's not like it's going to be huge, but very cool to see where the engine is. I like how we're just seeing like the belts. And then I think, I don't know what this big like tank is back here. Maybe this is where the fuel goes. Very neat.
It's at about 85
I
horsepower,
really wanna
gets
go to
the
this
tank
museum.
to
I think
about
it'd be really
20
cool.
kilometers an hour. Not exactly blinding speed.
The spare
but this
tire
was
is a
an
nice
infantry
bullseye.
tank. It wasn't really supposed to go much faster than the infantry it was supporting in the first place. You can also see an interesting feature here is
I mean,
for the
it would be
hang
stupid
crank
to
where
shoot it.
meshes
You're then
in
having to punch
to
your
the
gun
crankshaft
or
down
your
here
bullet through even
through
more
this
metal
little
to get
port.
into the actual
On the
important
left-hand
stuff,
side, you're going
right?
to see the belts which drive the radiator fan. It's a water-cooled system. And here we have
waterfall
one of the
system, cool.
wrenches used in the track tensioning system, which is underneath here. Pull out a cotter pin, undo this retaining bolt. It loosens up the teeth, which are here.
Oh, is that what
and
that
that
little
allows you
element
to
is
then
for
adjust the
track
tension
tensioning?
by use
Okay.
of this bolt down here. When you're done,
You
obviously,
know, I've built
reverse
that
the
on every
process, off you
single
go.
tank that I've ever built. I don't
bolts
know
on
if
the
I've ever
left-hand
really
side on
realized
the rear
exactly what
deck.
it was meant to
The
be
first
doing.
one here is a fuel filler cap. It is a
like on a
self-sealing
bicycle.
tank, 166
Yeah, no, that makes
liters.
sense. I just never
Gets the
realized.
vehicle all of about 80 kilometers of range. Not fantastic. Further forward is the cap for the radiator. Nothing particularly dramatic about that. Insert coolant here.
So loud. I mean, it is steel, right?
The
so
turret is a
beautiful.
standard one. It's the APXR.
I like
and
how,
it is
like,
in common with
stubby
the
it
hotchkiss
is.
of the same era. It has a couple of significant features. The first is the lack of a turret door. The way in and out is this little
Oh, I
thing
guess
at the
there isn't
back
a turret
here
door.
on which I am seated. The
Whoa,
other
whoa,
significant
whoa.
feature is
Okay,
the
so
cupola,
that's how
the
they're
little
getting in and
dome at the
out?
top, which is completely
That's
inexplicable to me,
crazy.
and I
People
don't
were
know what
smaller back then.
What are what? Hold on.
The turret is a standard one. It's the APXR, and it is in common with the hotchkiss of the same era. It has a couple of significant features. The first is the lack of a turret door. The way in and out is this little thing at the back here upon which I am seated.
So the thing the dude's sitting on is how he's supposed to slide into it?
Yep.
I don't know if my hips could fit in that. What the fuck? Are we really that? I mean, I know we're larger than people back in the day, but are we really that much bigger? Holy shit.
The other significant feature is the cupola, the little dome at the top, which is completely inexplicable to me, and I don't know what they were thinking. It does rotate so that your single little vision slit can see whatever it is that you want to see within limits.
In 1940,
Clearly, sir, sorry, one moment. Clearly, sir, when did this come out? In 1940? I don't think Gundam existed. I was gonna make a joke about Zaku's. You were saying.
doing a quick Google search, the average Frenchman in 1940
Yes.
weighed approximately 140 pounds. But you have to consider they were also a bit, like, half a foot taller than you.
Okay, so they were beanpoles.
Well, they were French post-World War I. So, yes.
Yes. Narrow, semi-tall. Or I guess not really, but like taller than me, but thin. Okay, I mean, I guess that makes sense. It's just wild that that's the door he's having to slide his whole fracking body through. I like that he's like, I have no idea what the hell they were thinking with this little thing. All you can do is see through it, and not even well.
The poor
I
man
think
is
this guy's like
stupidly overworked. The
6'3"
merits
as well.
or lack of merits
Oh, I mean,
of
he
the
looks
one-man
it.
turret are long debated. Suffice to say, it does have the advantages of being small, hard to hit, well armored for the weight, and if you wanted it to, it could fit on an FT or a D1 or something like that. And that about ends the list of merits. Communication is not a problem because there isn't any. If you're
of course,
not the
you know,
command tank,
perfect.
good luck trying to see what your commander is trying to tell you through either
wait,
that
how
little
do
slit at the
you-
front or maybe on the sides of the turret.
Does he mean like there's... When he says communication doesn't exist, does he mean that
They don't have radios.
they don't have radios in
and
these
it's
tanks
too
at
loud
all?
in the tank for them to yell at each other. So they either have to pass notes, get hand signals, or learn what certain kicks mean.
But they do have communication with like command though.
Maybe they get past paper.
Oh my god. It was a wild time in 1940.
And if you were lucky enough to have a radio, which was
Thank you for
not
subscribing,
common
Chewy
at all,
Eye.
the ER-54 would
Or
be
Chewy.
down in the hull in the stowage bin.
Ooh, okay.
The gun is a 37mm SA-18, and it was chosen primarily for economic reasons. Firstly, there was a whole lot of ammunition already sitting around French storerooms.
Makes sense, makes
Secondly,
sense.
Even a lot of the guns
When you
didn't
got
need
the
to be
ammunition
built. You
for
simply
the
take
gun
them
already,
off
might
the
as well
old
put that gun
Renault
on
FT
there.
tanks that are being decommissioned and mount them straight onto the new turret. In terms of
Also makes
capability,
sense.
the 37 perhaps left something to be desired. Now, the high explosive round could be compared unfavorably to an M203 40mm grenade launcher like you might find underneath a rifle today, and the armor-piercing round was even worse. It did about 2 centimeters. Famously enough,
This gun
a few
sucked.
vehicles got upgunned with a longer-barreled SA-38 gun. This added a complete additional centimeter of penetration, bringing you up to 3, which quite frankly is pathetic. The remainder of the offensive firepower was conducted by use of
that's
the
fair, I guess.
7.5mm machine gun. Ammunition capacity in total was about 2,400 rounds of drum magazines for the 7.5 and about 100 rounds for the 37. Because the AP round was so terrible, they didn't really carry many, and the vast majority, maybe 80%, was high explosive. There seems to have been little practical standardization on tactical markings. Prior to September 39, it was common. The battalion within each regiment.
Okay, him saying that there was no like standardization to the markings, I kind of agree with him about these because my tank, the one that I painted, and a variety of others within, actually the kit even came with decals for a completely separate tank that was definitely part of the company that the one I painted is from, because the one that I painted was named the orangutan. And that's the one that they have actually at this museum that one day I hope to go to and drool over, because I think that'd be really cool. I'll bring my little tank with me and I'll be like, look, it's you, it's you. And then they can point at each other like the Spider-Man meme. But they had another one that was like Le Bouffe, and I think it's like the buffalo or the cow maybe, or something like that. I don't know what B-U-F-F-E is in French, but it sounds buffalo-like. I don't know. I could be completely wrong though. And maybe it's another type of monkey. I actually don't know. I didn't look it up. I didn't do that research. I'm a shameful person like that. But I just thought it was really cool that they do seem like I can attest to the fact that I don't think there was standardization, because I feel like I got very different like naming conventions and decals depending on which style that I wanted to do, even just in the kit that Tamiya that I got from Tamiya. So, or that I bought. So I don't know. I just want to call that out. That I think that's accurate.
Was determined by the color, blue or red. The company was determined by the card suit, and the platoon was determined by a background shape, either a circle, a square, or a triangle. Afterwards, there was a change. Companies now would be determined by the color, the platoons by the card suit, although a company commander would have all 4 suits painted on the side of his tank. There was one unit,
see, like mine has
23rd
nothing to do with
BCC, that
suits.
said to heck with it all, and simply invented its own system of lines and V's, and even to this day, nobody's ever been able to decipher it.
No, tank guys just like to throw shade at like every tank because they all have flaws. You were also saying that he wasn't going to get in there? Oh, no, he's getting in there. He's getting in that tank.
Describe the ergonomics of this fighting position. I am torn.
He looks very comfortable.
It's atrocious, god-awful, or horrendous. But suffice to say, this is a death trap. So, my first problem was simply getting...
Here's the other point that I think he's also trying to make sometimes with being like maybe a little like down, I guess, on the tank. Because I admit he is a little negative sometimes. He is kind of like shitting on it on occasion. But here's the thing. Like, they didn't know what they were doing fully. There was only so much testing they could do up until like real testing actually happened, because it's just being out in the war. And Le Bouffe means the meal or the eater. Oh, okay. No, well, oh, okay. Interesting. I wonder what mine's the orangutan.
Because different companies have different themes, and the company that yours was had animals.
Oh, I just thought that the cursive writing, because it looked nearly identical. Do all French tank painters have to be able to write cursive in a specific style?
Honestly, they might.
Like,
it might be a military standard.
Yeah, no, it might be, because like it legit looked like it was like the same person wrote it. So I kind of assumed it was an animal, but it means the eater. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, he barely fits, and yes, it's exactly like that. The Tommy Cooker, Sherman looks so much better now. I know, right? Well, I mean, like, keep in mind, this is a 2-man tank, and they were like, what did you say they were? Like 5 5'4" or something, 5'6"?
No, they were 140 pounds, but they were probably somewhere between 5'7" and 5'10", so they were very thin.
Yes, so they were very thin. So like they might have still been tall, but at least they were kind of like thin in there.
Which is supposed to lock the hatch in place, of course, will dangle right down and
Be a hazard.
let's just say the family jewels were in danger as it came in. Having successfully negotiated this obstacle, the next problem was the fixed recoil guard. In fact, it double purpose. It's not just a recoil guard, it is also the system for aiming. This does not move out of the way or anything. Best you can do is up or down. And
Like
that
in
was the
very
next
little,
obstacle for
your
the
like
various
angle
parts of
difference
Manhattan
there
to
is
avoid.
minimal. I mean, I know it can.
Once I came down in, there
Sometimes you
is
don't
no
need to
seat.
do
I'm
that big
seated
of an arc
on
change,
some
but damn.
component of the engine which I'm probably not supposed to be seated on. The closest thing he has is a sling. There's
Yeah, he's
attachment
sitting in
points
this
on
thing because he
each
can't
side
actually stand.
for
He's
a
too
leather
tall.
sling, which could be used. Yeah, I don't know if you would or not.
Yeah, did you hear that?
The
He
rest
just said
of
that they
the
would sit
controls,
on a
well,
leather
He does have a
sling.
regular hand.
Like on these two hooks, like you see that there's a hook off to the. Actually, I might be blocking it right now.
Drag yourself up.
Yeah, let me just move myself real quick. So you see, I'm now sitting directly above this hook on the side. So there's one of those on each side. His shoulder's near one of them, I think. And they would just sling a leather like hammock, basically, like a seating hammock, to just sit their little tuchuses on. That sounds so uncomfortable. Like, I think the point, and this is kind of what I started to say and sort of lost track of, the point I think he's trying to make is these things were actually death traps. Like, the fact that people were put into these to go and try to, like, kill each other is kind of crazy because they are cramped little, like just coffins, frankly.
Hand traverse on
And
the
it's kinda
left,
wild.
Nothing too astonishing there. The elevation is controlled. We saw this before with Matilda. It's two hand grips with a trigger on the right hand side and a shoulder mount for elevation. The sight is mounted to the left and the 7.5mm machine gun is mounted on the right. The vision dome on the top, in order to rotate it, because there's no handles or anything, he actually has to use his head. His helmet will mesh up with this dome and he can look around
What?
using that. I don't know what.
Oh my god, that's wild. To rotate the turret, it is literally a Zaku. He's putting his head up there and then using his own head to turn. So he can't actually go all the way, like... So he really is kind of limited to, like, this and this. Fascinating!
I don't know what they were thinking.
The
They're obviously trying
limitations
to do
and
things on the cheap,
restrictions
but still, I don't know what they were
that,
thinking.
like...
Suffice to say,
That got, like,
my
that went
feet
into this
are
stuff is crazy to
well
me.
up on the floor. On the right-hand side is the power shaft. Directly behind me,
Yeah, exactly. They weren't designed for
firewall,
comfort.
although I
They were
don't know if
definitely
there is
designed
supposed
for
to be one or
battle.
not,
You're right.
Is the engine bay. This is a runner, so they may not just have it installed for maintenance purposes. Ammunition will be stowed on the right and the left. It will be stowed.
Wait, did he say it was a
angled
runner?
On the right and vertical on the left.
Hold on, sorry, I missed that.
Although I don't know if there is supposed to be one or not, is the engine bay. This is a runner, so...
This is a
they may
runner.
not,
Okay, cool. This one drives.
just
That's
have it
great.
installed for
That's
maintenance
great.
Purposes. Ammunition will be stowed on the right
You know,
and
I'm
the
not
left. It will be
surprised by
stowed
that. There's
angled
also
on
a
the
museum
right
in
and vertical on the
Australia
left.
that also has a lot of
Outside
functioning
that, he's got a
mobile
couple of
tanks.
vision,
And it's so
slits
cool. I
on
want to
the
go to that
sides.
one
These used
too.
to be originally deoscopes in the original, say, 50 or 100 vehicles, and then they changed to the more traditional vision slits. And that's all I'm going to say for this. It's God help any tank commander, let alone any officer who's in here trying to control the tank. Oh, by the way, there's no
I kind of feel
intercom.
that. This
You're
looks
used
crazy to have to
using
manage.
physical contact to direct your driver. Try to see where you're going, grab ammunition from down front, load it into the tube, aim it, fire the coax.
Oh. Oh, hold on. Why is my... One moment, one moment. For some reason, that stopped. Why did that end? Let me grab CC, and when he comes back, I'll let him know. I don't actually know what paused there because it was still going for me. So I'm not sure what disconnected. For some reason on OBS, my video has paused, but it was still going for me. I caught it very quickly.
Okay.
So I just don't know what it says that a disc got ejected improperly, and I don't know what it's talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, the video surrendered, exactly. Okay, perfect. We're back. I am so sorry about that. I have no idea what happened. He's gonna sit in the driver's seat now. He's gonna attempt to sit in the driver's seat, I assume. Okay, at least he has more room now. Okay, so the gunman really has it rough. But the driver has it a little bit better. I mean, his knees are still really in there. Yep, no, I see that. Hold on, let me fix that. And I will go back in the video. I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened.
Did you do it again?
No, but my audio isn't actually. That, like, the video came back, but the audio didn't. So I just wanted to double check that. I was about to go in and check properties, but I wanted to. All right, let's try this one more time.
Control the tank. Oh, by
Okay,
the way,
there we
there's
go.
no intercom. You're used to using physical contact to direct your driver. Try to see where you're going. Grab ammunition from down front.
We should be
load
back
it
now.
Into the tube, aim it, fire the coax, and try to avoid running into holes in the battlefield. I have no
Sounds
words.
like so much.
I'm
It
gonna sit in
really
the
is.
driver's seat.
So much. All right, he's going into the driver's seat. Is he still gonna be like insanely cramped? Probably not. Okay, it looks more crazy. With a full interior? Ooh, okay, that sounds interesting. I built one that doesn't have a full interior, but
somewhat.
that
It's a
sounds
relative
really
term.
neat. Well, that sounds really
seated
cool.
on a cushion on the whole floor, and thus my feet are about as high as my posterior is. Even at that, my knees
feet are
barely
sitting at the
clear
same level
front
of his
panel.
butt.
This is a two-piece hatch, and you can see how reassuringly thick this is with the, at least it's a reasonable slope. Now, of course, the upper visor is supposed to come down. It's held in place by a little friction lock here. You unscrew this, you pull down on this, and you pull. That's the idea. However, I suspect nobody has been crazy enough to try to drive this vehicle in the last 70 years with the visor down. It seems to be stuck in place. If that
Oh,
lack of
interesting.
visibility
Well, you
wasn't
know, I wonder if
enough,
they do
and
that,
you felt you wanted
which-
even less.
Frankly, makes sense. I wonder if they do that because they want to have as much visibility as possible. Like, they're not having to be worried about getting shot at, right? They're doing these for like parades or display purposes or probably specific events at the museum.
Yep.
So they're just gonna keep it bolted in place. don't let
What you
that
could
don't let
do
that
is you could
just
block
do
up
whatever.
your
Just
vision
let it keep
boards,
bolted in
one on each
place.
side. So you were just stuck now with the one direct forward. I got nothing.
I
The three
want to be
pedals are,
inside
as
one
you
of
would
these
expect,
tanks
the clutch
once,
is on the
so I
left,
can actually look through
the
these
brake
slits.
is
Because
in the
I'm like,
middle, and
are
the
you just looking at the
accelerator is on
ground?
right.
Like, is
And
that
the
what you're
brake
actually looking at most of the time? Because you're just
activates
paying
a
attention to like
single brake
potholes and
band,
like ditches and
which
like
appears to be leather.
shit in front of you that you don't
And
want the
it's,
tank
the
to
reason
necessarily
I can
like
tell this
crush
is
up
that
and
the
get stuck in
brake
its treads.
itself, it's approximately 6 inches to my right of my foot. The power shaft comes all the way from the gearbox just behind the turret forward to the brake,
and then into the steering system front and right.
It's also wild to me how much they actually like sit next to the engine components in tanks.
And
this is not.
steering is conducted by use of these two.
I know that's the crazy thing. That's the thing that always blows my mind when I always forget about tanks.
It's going to get in the way of your legs. Secondly, I just naturally prefer a vertical tiller instead of a horizontal one. And given how many vehicles later in life had vertical tillers, I suspect I was not the only person to come to that conclusion.
Probably
Really
not, sir.
isn't
Probably
very much
not.
else to say about the driver's compartment. All in all, I think this tank is not one that you would want to get shot at in, and even worse, one that you would have to get out of in a hurry. There's no
Yeah,
spring loading
probably.
on this. I had to have help just to close it. I got nothing. I'm gonna get out.
Getting in and out of this tank sucks. It's very cramped and I hate it. That's what I got from him. Okay, so there's your other hatch, which is a little bit more reasonable. Like I actually feel like a human being can fit through that. Okay, let's watch this very tall man fit through this. Okay, see, a person can do it. He did it.
He's also probably got 10 years on the average tanker.
He probably does.
A number of versions of the R35 were made, varying from mine clearers to fascine carriers. There was one combat development, the R40.
What's a fascine?
This was an elongated chassis, had a raised idler, and a new suspension designed by APX. There was something of a throwback. It consisted of vertically sprung multiple subcomponent bogies. About 130 of these were made. Production of the
130 of
R35
them.
itself in total is,
fairly
like
small
other French
production,
tanks,
actually,
were
I
being
think.
produced as fast as possible, a little bit uncertain. 975 or so were delivered to the French army by the start of the war. This consisted
Yes, it
of
was
21
almost about.
51
Okay,
tank
okay.
battalions, plus an additional number in training and maintenance, reserve, and so on, plus 40 or 45 that were serving overseas. In addition, about 200 had been created for the export market, and they saw service with Poland, Yugoslavia, Turkey, and Romania.
Cool.
The Germans.
You know,
and
I knew it had
Italians,
gotten
of course,
also used in
any other
like
tank
some
that they
Lebanon
captured, pressed them
conflicts
into
and some
service
other places in
themselves.
Africa.
And curiously,
Didn't know
they
it had
some
been
of the
used in
most
like Turkey
successful
and all those
results
places.
in the Balkans. The reason being that this was somewhat mountainous terrain, and these diminutive little vehicles were able to get up the small trails.
Oh,
And they were
cool.
sufficiently
So
well
they're
armored
good
to
in-
be able
so
to
they're
deal
good in
with pretty
mountain
much
terrain.
anything that could be
Slow
manhandled
but high
up
torque.
those hills.
Is a bundle of wood meant to fill trenches or
The tank
muddy
did
fields
continue
for
to see
trucks
service
to pass
with
through?
the
Oh,
Free
okay. Thank you
French
for
and
telling me
Vichy
what a
French,
fascine
not in
is.
that order, in North Africa and Syria. And some of the Syrian examples indeed were captured.
Wait,
and
is
used
this
by the
actually the Metal
Australians.
Slug tank? Do they use a
Overall,
Renault
the tank
30,
cannot really be
R35 for in
considered
Metal
an
Slug?
outstanding
You know, it does
success.
kind of look like it.
Holy
Bear
shit,
in
I
mind,
had
part of
not
the
put that
problem was
together.
just the
Are
way
you
it was
really?
used. This was an infantry support tank. It was parceled out. It was designed to be a supporting effort,
No way.
not a primary punch in itself. Now, for what the French were trying to build by the doctrine,
I kind of get
this
that it's
actually
meant to be a
did pretty
support
well.
tank. It feels
The
very
problem was that
support.
the French were building for the wrong kind of war. That was the R35,
Not
and
according
we'll be
to
back on
quick
Sumo
search.
for the next
Okay.
one. See you then.
It does kind of look like
Okay. Maybe it was inspired by. Or is it actually based off of a real tank?
it. It's got elements from the Sherman and such as well.
Okay, so it's probably got a variety of things. Well, that was awesome. And I honestly learned a huge amount about the little tank that I just built.
And just to highlight for those who have actually stayed until the end of the video / are here in the stream, this is the reason for why. You know, we can actually switch over
To full screen.
this.
There we go. So I can
And
show
we
it this
can
way.
show it off.
Yeah, so this is what I painted. You guys would have seen some of this being done on stream, specifically some of those decals, some of the hand lettering. I haven't shown you guys, and he's not fully finished because I need to paint a little bit
You have
on
to
his
paint
butt
his
still. But he's mostly done. My little Frenchman. Pretty happy with how his face turned out. He kind of looks like a porcelain doll. It terrifies me a little bit. Do you see it?
Yes. Oh, he's seen some things.
He's in war. Of course he's seen some things. I find it insane that he had to slide himself into this hole. Like, bro was getting into this hole? My goodness.
That's what she said.
That's what she said. But I'm really pleased with this. So that's why we watched the video. I will have a video about this entire thing very, very soon. So stay tuned.
All right. You can talk to them.
Yes, absolutely. Oh, do you want to put music back on?
Yeah, I'm gonna work on fixing that while you talk to them.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, so I think now that is, I just wanted to cover some of those videos and everything, and we'll be probably doing some more stuff like that on streams going forward. I'm trying out a basically new format type of thing. And as I said at the beginning of the stream, but I'll kind of repeat it for those of you that maybe have come in later. Basically, I've been watching Ludwig's like classes from Streamer U. If you guys aren't familiar with that, that's been happening. He's actually been killing it. And in the sense that he has actually been dropping some seriously, I think, good knowledge. And frankly, we decided we wanted to try some of the techniques that he's been doing. And so that's kind of why we've been doing some of this. So I hope you guys enjoyed.
We're still not done.
We're still not done. No.
Stream's not over. Or anything,
stream's not
folks.
over. Stream is definitely not over.
But we're gonna start doing these segments
Yes.
in the beginning of streams that are recorded. So, like, for example, the last 3 things we did about Katie, about Total War, and about the history, those are all gonna end up being videos on the channel in the next, like, 4 to 5 days.
Yes.
And that's gonna be something we're gonna be trying to do on the Tuesday and Thursday streams going forward.
Yep.
It won't always be 3 segments. Sometimes it might be 1.
Yeah, it kind of depends on like what is happening in the community, if there's something interesting to talk about, if I had an event I went to, etc.
Yeah,
like,
so we'll sort of play that by ear. And then the back half of the streams will still be the hobby streams. Because of that, we are also considering starting to do these streams earlier in the day.
possibly, yes.
We're kind of just, the problem is things have been so hectic lately, we just haven't had time to really
Figure
into
that out.
So no worries about there being like less content or anything.
Yeah, if anything, there's going to be more content. And if you happen to miss the streams, this is going to give you a way to basically check out the highlights or the things that are more relevant to you as well in the stream. So I hope you guys are excited for that, and I'm really looking forward to it.
We can go ahead and take the mid-stream
Yeah,
break.
I think we are going to go ahead and take the midstream break. It won't be as long as normal just because I don't need to walk and get a soda or anything. So I'll see you guys in probably like 10 minutes or so, and we'll be getting to some hobbying.
I don't usually fall for someone.
Alrighty. We're back. Back again. Tell a friend. Shady's back. All right, actually, it's not Shady. It's just me, Angela. And I have a sexy cat girl to assemble. So that's what we're gonna be doing. I'm gonna move my beautiful French tank so that I don't bump you. Live over there, friend. Away from the cat girl. She might do unspeakable things to you with her giant mech.
I think she's gonna ride it.
Whoa. Oh my gosh, oh my god, I found her boobs. Like literally.
Hey, you're on.
They're covered. But it is like, look, that's definitely what we think it is. All right. This is all I've built so far. I have her adorable cat face built. I'm hearing a clicking in the music and I thought it was my cat walking behind me. Holy moly.
You can skip the song if you need to.
No, it's fine. I understand it now. I just for a second thought it was like Kita. And I was like, I thought she was downstairs asleep on the couch. All right, but let's go ahead and keep working on this. I started this a while ago, but didn't get very far for reasons. Is Captain Comic Geek still in chat? Just out of curiosity, by the way. I realized there was one other thing I didn't show off earlier, but it wasn't like super relevant to... That's so cute. I think she has a little base. I think that's what this is. I think she can stand, like solo stand by herself if she wants to. She won't be. She'll be riding the mech like she's meant to. Like she was destined to, born to do. But it's fine. I don't know why I'm doing that individually. I need to get just to this page. So all I did last time was I got through this step. Excellent. Excellent. There were reasons, but it did happen. I was maybe a wee bit distracted. But today, we should hopefully get a little bit more done. I'm so excited. What is this saying? It's giving me instructions in Japanese and I cannot read Nipponese. So I need to translate it. Where is my translation app? Boop, boop, boop. I need to move you not into that place and into a more accessible section of my phone. Attention! Okay, is it just telling me the order? Why are you attentioning me? Pay attention to the direction. Okay, pay attention to the direction. Noted. I believe these might be her shoulders. It was a good reason I didn't get to finish it. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. All right, we're looking for you. Here we go. Found it. Oh. Thighs. Oh, that's actually posterior. Front of thighs. Back of thighs. Lower back. Abdomen. Okay, so we need U8 and U9. I'm just gonna do one at a time for this because there is a specification about orientation. And I would prefer to not get it mixed up. Yeah, I definitely think we're building some shoulders. Let's get that T piece out. That's W. That there. This is what I'm using. This is T2, but I need T1. Is T one of my other white or tan colored pieces? Or not tan, but like flesh tone. That's V1.
I gotta be honest.
T.
I gotta be honest.
Yeah.
It's probably because I'm born in '87, but I'm a bigger fan of T2.
Of T2? Well, I like V1 personally more than I like V3. Just saying.
bold stance.
I will stand by it until my dying breath.
Okay.
I have not actually watched any of V3,
I was like, why do you
but
so much hate?
there's no hate. It's more just that I like Tojima more than I like I don't actually even know his name. I just know him as V3 in the show. I don't remember what his freaking actual name was, but I just like Tojima more than I liked V3. Yeah, I don't know what else to call him. Oh, it's just my iPhone's like standard built-in translation app. Let me see what it's called.
Translate.
I think it's just called Translate. Yeah, it's just called Translate. I think you can, yeah, call it Translate. So I think you can like literally, I don't know if it's on Android, but I imagine they might be available on Android. Human flesh doesn't have mold lines like that, silly goose. All right. Okay, so we got that slid in. Now, does this move at all? It does. So I'm actually going to pop it right back out. If I can. I may not be able to. Okay. I really would like to take you back off, please. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Oh shit, I just pushed it back on. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. There we go. All right. Excellent, because I want to smooth this down a little bit. It's not sliding on it the most clean, so we're going to try to make it a little smoother. Oh, but you might still be able to get it, though, is what I'm saying. Like, it comes standard on modern iPhones, but you can definitely still download it off the Apple App Store. It might be on Android stores as well, I don't know. But, like, if you just go into your app store on your whatever iPhone you have, I'm pretty sure you can find it. It's just one of those things that they now, like, when you get a new iPhone, it's just there automatically. What?
I saw the thing in the water.
Oh, it's terrifying. Did I clip out the wrong piece? I did. Like a fool.
Here you go.
Thank you. Are they identical? Nope.
Always best to assume they're not.
Indeed. I had a sneaking suspicion. that that might be the case, chat. Oh yeah, sure, I can absolutely turn down the music a little bit if it's drowning me out. How's that? Better? Let me know if that is better, if you're able to hear me more over it, or if I need to lower it a bit more, but I've lowered it a decent amount.
Should be okay at that level.
Okay, look. Oh, okay. Except I just slid that on wrong. finally home from running errands. Well, welcome back, Rob. It's lovely to have you join us. Hope you got all your errands done. Okay, we did that correctly this time. Go us. Let's actually get the other piece that we needed. 8. Excellent. Oh, got it. Glad you were able to get that. Hope it went smooth. Oh yeah, I always do payment plans when I do, like, when I get an iPhone. I'm not dropping like several, like, $1,000. I don't think it's quite that much, but it's like $1,000 or whatever. It's probably more than that now. On a new iPhone.
Yeah, because, well, also, we tend to try to get higher-end iPhones with larger hard drives because we film
Content.
so much video.
Yeah, it's more for the storage. Okay, yeah, this is definitely a shoulder. Let's build the other shoulder. And I'm not talking like a Clara payment plan, by the way. I'm talking like just like with my internet or my service provider. Probably still a little bit of a scam, but at least less so. We're just taking care of the other mold line on this piece. It's really, really obvious. Okay, and then so on this one, it's like that. And then like that. Oh, easy peasy. All right, there are our 2 shoulders. There's more text I cannot read. Let's see what it is. Translate. The number in the parentheses is on the opposite side. Aha. Noted! T2. Oh my god, I just got your reference. You were talking about Terminators, weren't you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I was like, I recognize this, but then I don't recognize this. All right, T2, 2. Excellent, that's what I just printed. Printed? Clipped. Wow, brain, not functioning. Excellent. W14 is our other piece that we need, which is here. Scanning, 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 14. Are there any rough edges on this? Okay, we probably want to make sure the ball joints are smooth, because they're probably going to rotate in something. This girl is very articulated from my understanding, which is really cool. I mean, the mech should be too if I hadn't, like, broken some pieces. Well, really just one piece. I broke one joint portion and it just hindered part of the mechanism, unfortunately. But that's okay. That's okay. He's in a cool pose that I get to sit her on top of, so. Alright, so where is this going? I think the hole is that way and that, yes. Okay, so then this goes facing this way down. Okay, noted. It's kind of like, okay, so it's oriented there. So like that. And then we're gonna put Y's 10 and 7 on it. W2. Okay, there's W and W2. Here's let's get all our pairs together because it's kind of annoying. All right, there's T1 and T2. Here's V. Oh, wait. There's a second T. There's a white T and a tan T. That's annoying. Here's Z. Y. Is that the one I need? Hi. Excellent. Okay.
Weeb.
I'm building a mech. I'm allowed to be weebish. Y, 10, and 7. Ten. Seven. Then, like, using the sanding stick? Probably not. Good question, though. I mean, I haven't really used, like, raw sandpaper in a while. Mostly because I find that I wear through it way faster. The sponges have a little bit of give. So it's kind of... I can put more pressure without, like, destroying the sand... the actual grit. Does that make sense? Whereas I feel like I'm constantly, like, bending and, like, messing up the grit's consistency on normal sandpaper. So I actually prefer the sponges. But I bet you could probably get the same result. That sounds like a matter of preference, I think, honestly. Okay, why 10? So this is going... I determined this was going to be facing. I think like this. So then this goes... trying to figure out what orientation these green pieces are actually positioned at. I think it's like this. Okay, so this and then that. Ah, because that slots in there, I see. Okay. Go. Please. Okay, but why does that feel like it's not sitting correctly though? Am I not sliding you into the correct spot? Definitely feel like you go there. It makes sense for, okay, let's try smoothing some things. I don't think we're fully clearing or something. Also, I don't know if there was sprue attached to this. Maybe there was. Okay. Does that slide onto that in the way? Like, what is... I mean, I think it has to be like this. I just feel like maybe it's supposed to sit kind of loose like that. I just feel like it should be more in, and this doesn't feel like it wants to go more in. And I don't know if I just... Yeah, because it definitely doesn't go on the other way. It has to go this way. Okay, maybe it just sits a little bit more loose than I'm pressing, than I should be pressing. Maybe that's the problem. I don't actually know what this is on her. I also took off this piece like an idiot. It goes like that. 'Cause for all I know, there's like more things that connect into this, I guess. That doesn't look right to me. Something about that doesn't look right. Let me get my other two pieces out so that I can compare what the hell I'm doing. T2, 1 and 3, huh? Yes, please do remember to hit that like and subscribe button if you've been enjoying the content you've been finding here today. Very much helps us out. Okay, I'm gonna figure this out, chat. We're gonna do it. Okay, we're definitely building her upper, like, we're building her clavicle because we're moving on to the chest next. So this is definitely the start of it. We need this to look good. If her boobs look weird, it's gonna be awful. Okay. Definitely have this piece sitting correctly. And then we rotate this so that that's like that. And we have... There, that... I mean, that feels better. Is that right? Does that look more like what we have in the next scene? Yes, I think it does. Welcome back, Raymond. It's lovely to have you join us again. How you doing? I think this is more correct. Let's go ahead and try put this in place. So it's, I'm holding it like this. Okay, so I'm holding it like, wait, this. Okay, no, I still think I did it slightly wrong. Hold on. But I think that's just because I have them facing the wrong way. Aha, yep. Okay, we figured it out. It was lower. I had it, I see what I was doing wrong the first time. Okay, that is actually what it's supposed to look like. Beautiful. So I'm gonna, are we zooming? Are we in Zoom? Good. There we go. Okay. That is actually what it's supposed to look like. That gives us full access to these, which I think is where her shoulders may end up connecting. Okay, so facing this way, that actually looks correct. This one goes on this side. It is going to be right there. Okay. All right. There's a little bit of a rough spot there. I just wanted to clean it up as best as I could. Okay, there we go. All right, let's get the other side clipped out now. This isn't the one I want. This is not the sprue you're looking for. I also don't think this is the sprue I'm looking for. I think this is the sprue I'm looking for. It is! Huzzah, I found it! Oh my gosh, I got sunburnt over the weekend. CC got sunburned over the weekend. When we were at Open Sauce, originally my forecast was telling me it was going to be overcast. So I did bring my hat, but then CC forgot to bring his hat. And then I completely forgot to bring any sunscreen. And since it was partially outdoors, we did get a little baked. But I think it's ultimately okay. We're recovering. All right, this needs to now get slotted in right to there. I think this is her shoulder blades. I think that's what we're looking at. I think this is where her head's gonna go. And I think this is where her arms are gonna go. So like in here, and I think this is her shoulder blade, and I think her chest is gonna go this direction. All right. Oh, I see. There is another thing to do here. S46 and 47, huh? S, S, S. X3. Is this S? That's Z. Am I looking S? Oh, it's a sticker. Fuck that shit. That's why it says S, because it's a sticker. Okay, well, I'll paint that later and figure out what color that's supposed to be. $1 million idea, Shade Robot? That does sound amazing. Look, her arms are in place. Okay, so we got that. W10, W9. Why is there a big T? Oh, order, okay. W10 and 9. Ten. 9. Oh yeah, the sun reflecting off the water also can do it. I got completely blinded because there was a point where I walked outside, did not have my sunglasses on.
Oh,
and we both like looked down at the like bright white concrete and it just, my eyes literally watered so quickly that I could not see where I was going. You had a heat advisory. Please be careful around heat advisories. They are no joke. They are absolutely no joke. Okay, so this is definitely the sides. It's definitely going onto that peg, I think. Do you not fit? Okay. Okay, I actually legit think that the peg is a little too tight. So we're going to try to trim it down a little bit. It's of course going to be a little difficult because it's tiny. But we're going to do our darndest. There we go. I thought I got both of them well enough, but apparently not. Apparently not. What are we putting together? Josh has a hobby? Well, let me show you. We are building this cute anime cat girl. She is the figure that rides the Koenig monster, which I built last month on a different number of streams. So I've already built the mech, and now we're building her so that she can ride on top of it. And it's already in this configuration, so we should just be able to plop her on there, which I'm very excited for. I don't know why I put my instructions way the hell over there. I still need them to build this model. Oh, there we go. Ah, there. All right, we have one side of the boob connection point because I do actually think that's what we're assembling. I think we're assembling how we attach her chest to her bod. And it's pretty fucking cool. All right. All right, I just pushed that too much off though. So one momento. There we go. Fixed it. Excellent. What a wild contraption. It is kind of crazy looking, like it's like a tiny Tachikoma in a weird way. Oh my gosh. I am so foolish. I did all of that and then guess what, chat? It was pointless. It wasn't actually pointless, but I do need to get these off, please. Let me have it. Oh, okay. Like a fool of a took. Okay. We have to put those on second. Remember, there was an order to our assembly, and I wasn't following it. I was so focused on this not fitting that I ignored the order. I completely decided to ignore that. Give me this piece. There you go. Full of a contraption. Oh, I took this off. Damn it. That's right. I removed her other shoulder blade. OMG. Ow. Go in there. Yeah, I know, right? Brutal. Okay, there we go. Okay. Now. Doop. Her arms are back in place. And now we shall do this more proper by actually following the instructions. Let's clip out her boobs! T24. Oh my god. Do you think they put it on T2 because there's a word to describe a chest that starts with the letter T? And technically...
You're so mature.
I
just wanted to let you know.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. I also think I'm incredibly mature. But we've cleared a sprue. Okay. So this is supposed to go on first. Which kind of makes sense. Nope. Oh. Okay, well, I think that'll be fine, actually. What am I doing? Yeah, no, that is... There we go. Oh my gosh. Girl, you're coming together. All right, so that is that. Let's go ahead and shove these back in there. Beautiful. Oh my gosh. And then... Aha! That looks so much nicer. Because it's the ruffles of her outfit. How cute. Oh my gosh, it's like if we assemble it as the instructions tell us, it looks perfect. Exactly, I can't forget them. All right, we got that in place. Next up is we're gonna put the rest of them in place. Got some pretty bad mold lines on her chest, so we're just gonna try to take care of that. I think that looks better. All right, let's try this. Putting this in place. Okay, got one side lined up really nicely. The other side is not lining up really nicely. Why? What did I do? Okay, in that case, let's clean that a little bit. Aha. I think the hole was a little misshapen. There we go. That's better. I'm gonna do a smidge more. I just noticed that was still looking kind of obvious. And if you are gonna argue with me that no one is gonna be looking at these things, you're wrong. So we do gotta make them look nice. Oh, definitely. I love God Hands tools. They're very nice. Especially these sponges. I'm a big fan of the sponges. You're still not going on fully. What's happening? Maybe I just have sprue on it. There we go. Oh my gosh, look at that. Beautiful. Oh my god. No way. Holy shit, Japan. They gave her jiggle physics.
What?
They gave her
Let me see.
jiggle physics.
Jizzle physics?
Jizzle figure. I can't say it. Jiggle physics. Look at that.
God bless
Her
the king.
boobs jiggle. God damn it. Oh my god. I can't actually believe. Oshima. Thank you. I didn't know I needed this, but thank you. I just stabbed myself a little bit. It's all right. Oh my god. So good. Okay. Now that we've done that, we get to move off of onto less exciting things. Like clothing her more. W, 19, and 21. Let's add some layers. So she's got cute ruffles. Where's my W? Where's my W? This was W? That's Z. W? There you are. Okie dokie. 19 and 21. Here's 21. There's 19. Okay, let's get 19 first. Nope. I just threw a sprue down on the floor next to you. Could you grab it for me? Right there, that orange one. Appreciate it. Thank you. Her tail is very important. We need that. What an awkward sprue position. Are said ruffles ticklish? I mean, it's a good question. I mean, probably not, just based off of her outfit. The ruffles aren't really touching her much. But maybe they are. I mean, there's some ruffles like down here and it's kind of near her armpit. It could be ticklish for her, right? Oh, I need both pieces. Hold on. I'm not gonna lie, she might be a robot chick. I was noticing on her back, on the shoulder blades, she had like lines that look like they're meant to be...
Yeah, she's mecha.
Like she is a mech herself. So. Probably not ticklish, unfortunately, Raymond.
They can be programmed.
But they can be programmed. Okay, so the first thing... So I'm not craning my neck like a mad woman. All right, this way. And then this... Oh, because this... Oh my god. The amount of things on this lady who can move, I almost called her a bad word, is crazy. Her outfit moves. Look at her little, what is that thing on the back of Japanese schoolgirl and British sailor? What is that thing on the back of the British sailors? Because that's what it's based off of. If you didn't know.
Tie.
But the flap that the tie sits under, this is actually like the collar. I guess it's a collar. It's like a really big collar. But like, is the back flap on a collar called something specifically? Hello, JN man, it's lovely to see you. Because that's what this is, and it flaps. Because if you've seen like Japanese schoolgirl, like that classic like sailor suit outfit, like the fuku that like the Sailor Moon girls wear, like the Sailor Senshi wear. That is based off of a traditional outfit that was inspired very heavily by this one Japanese school lady going and I think to England, seeing English sailors and being like, that looks slick as hell. And then she basically adopted it for her all-girls school because she ran an all-girls school. Is it a tail? Maybe that's what it's called. I genuinely wasn't sure, but it moves and that's so cool. Let's keep going. 27. Okay, this is the like front of her maid outfit because she's a maid. That's why she's got ruffles. But they're kind of spiky ruffles actually now that I'm looking at them. Which is kind of cute. Very, very appropriate for her robot self. If I was a robot, I would also have spiky ruffles. So that when I hugged my enemies, it slew them and poked them and caused discomfort for them. So this, I think, is going on the front. I am genuinely impressed by how this is coming together. I've never built... Like, I don't build figures very often. Like this. Like, obviously I build scale... Like, I've assembled scale model miniature figures. Like my Frenchman for my tank that I showed off earlier. And obviously I've built and assembled plenty of like Games Workshop miniatures, etc. that are figures, but none of them are quite this large unless you get to like a Satan size or something like that. Like they're not that big. Like I guess the closest equivalent to this, because she's a booby lady, would be, and she's not even booby in that actually, but would be like the Greater Demon of Slanesh. Like the Keeper of Secrets would probably be like the scale that I think this girl's gonna roughly be at. She might be a little smaller.
That'd be a really funny Keeper of Secrets.
Right? Oh my god. Here's my
Anime
cat girl with jiggle physics. Oh, it'd be so perfect. I love a hobby. Just period. I just love hobbies. I love entertainment. X. Gonna give it to you. Are you proud of me?
Yes.
Thank you. I did that for you. That was for you.
I did it for you, baby.
X8. Wait, is this their tie? Do I have to do it in brown or do I have other options? I think I have to do it in brown. That's fine. Her tail won't be brown. Seifuku? Okay. That might be the Japanese one. Like, does it have an English translation, though? Like, what is the... Oh, well, okay. Well, have been saying that he thinks that the back of the collar might be called Seifuku or Gakuran.
Oh.
But I'm not... But that's, like, obviously the Japanese word for it. I'm wondering if there's, like, an English translation to that.
Back flap thing.
back flap thing. Men's coats did have tails, but I don't think, like, that's normally by their bums. Hence why it's called the tail, right? Oops, I put it the wrong direction. I was like, why is this not fitting snugly? Everything else fits snugly. There we go. Cute. T. Okay, I think we're moving on to the waist. Or the abdomen, I guess. T12 is what we're clipping out next. This weird Y-shaped piece. And then we also need W1 and Y9 and U5. Well, I know U5, that's this one, because it's her lower back. Perfect. Okay. Then W1. That's W2. Where's W1? W. The WWF. I wish when WWF had gotten sued by the WWF that they had just like added more W's. The Worldwide Wrestling Foundation.
Federation.
Or Federation. I just think it would have been really funny if they had just like been really silly about it and just kept adding W's or something. What am I looking for again? W and Y. Neither of those. W and Y. Okay, there's Y. Let's get the Y piece out. 9. My cat is crying downstairs. She's going meow in a forlorn voice. Yeah, I was gonna think, I thought tails were just like the parts that hung off of like a coat on the back. Or possibly a shirt. I think shirts can have tails too. Right, but I think it'd be funny if instead of them taking W's away, they just were like, we're the worldwide wrestling... We're the wonderful...
Wacky Wrestling Women's...
We're the wacky, wonderful Worldwide Wrestling Federation or something. Like, I wanted them to just, like, be stupid and just add an ass ton of W's to be... I mean, it makes sense that they didn't because no one's going to type out that many W's. And also, they probably would have gotten sued even more by the World... or the Wildlife Foundation.
They would have been sued by the letter W.
Yes. Sesame Street would have come after them. On the letter W's behalf. Kita, stop. Please and thank thee. All right. I still haven't found my W. Is it this one? No, that's X. There it is. Okay, let's see how this fits together. Kita, I love you. But shh. You do not need to cry. I will feed you in like 45 minutes, okay? Calm yourself. Hold on, I dropped that. Where did it go? There we go. Found it. Hi. Hey, I love you. Don't mean to be so meowy. You wanna sit in my lap while I work? Okay. Come here. Come up here. Everybody, it is Kita time. Oh, let's not have you rub your face on that. So you don't accidentally stab yourself. She's found so many sharp edges that she's very excited about now to rub her little face on. This is my corner, and this is my corner, and this is my corner. I do remember that as well. On camera. Yeah. What a good girl. Okay. I'm gonna lean down and I'm gonna grab this piece, okay? You're fine. But you made me knock that over, so I had to pick it up. I had to pick it up. All right. I'm gonna cross my legs. Is that okay? So that you can have a space to lay down. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Now you can settle. Oh my gosh, have been for 31 months. You have been a member, closer to 3 years. Always will say you both are the absolute best. By far my two favorite people. Love, appreciate all of the hard work you both do. Well, thank you so much, Havman. Really appreciate that. And thank you extra a lot for being a member for as long as you have. Nearly 3 years. That is crazy. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Again, thank you, yes.
Yes, that is so cool. All right, okay. Kita, I now have your fur all over this. Excellent. Let's get rid of that. It's clinging to me. What a good girl. And she's like, Mother, I gave that to you out of love. I don't understand what this piece is. Yeah, I know that was in your ear, little girl. What the fuck? Yeah, I did that. Where's this sitting in? Okay, I think it sits more further out, so I think that's what my problem is. Are you just sitting... Please don't fight me. There we go. Aha! Maybe? Goodbye, Kita. It was lovely to have you join me. For the short period that you did. I think it goes like... What? I definitely think it has to do something. I'm so terrified because I do not. This is like her crotch. I don't want to break it.
Take a breath if you need to.
I'm just trying to figure out what the hell I'm doing. I'm really glad you really like hanging out with us and being able to interact with us. I really do too, so that's great. It works out for both of us. What am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong?
Okay, take a breath, step back.
So unsure. Aha! Okay, got it.
Huzzah!
Woo! All right. It makes me uncomfortable that there's this part that is clearly, like, this is definitely where her legs are gonna go, right? Why does this move in and out? Okay, let's... Oh, we haven't cleaned this up at all. Okay. This piece goes in first. Oh my gosh, my cat's hair is like everywhere and it's getting in my mouth.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, no, that's absolutely the best way you can help without spending any money. Like the best way to help any YouTuber without spending money is to either like their content, share their content, comment on their content, or do all of the above. Like legit, it does help us out immensely. Okay, so that goes in first, and then we put this here. I think so. So I'm just going to smooth these a bit. Okay. Start a lower body. Before we move on, I'm just going to confirm. I think I know what this text is saying, but I just want to confirm that I did it correctly and made my assumption correctly. Pay attention to the direction later. Okay. That's great, but what are you telling me there? Okay, it doesn't want to translate those other two kanji for some reason. Yay! Well, thank you for that. Tea! (2017 and 16). (20 17) and 16. And then we also are going to want her abs, and that's it.
I was checking the picture of music was working.
Yep. I would have commented on it having stopped since I'm listening to it as well.
I meant on OBS.
Oh yeah, no, I've been checking every now and then. But yes, it definitely is. Okay, and then we're gonna put the... Are they supposed to move, I wonder?
Yep. It's fine.
Okay.
Jesus. Oh, there's one out there.
I got it. Give me 1 sec, guys. I just need a...
She had a hairball.
She had a hairball. That's why she was meowing so much. Give me a moment. Alrighty.
Sorry about that.
No problem. Sorry about that, everybody. She had a little hairball. We've taken care of it now. Okay. A little bit more work on this. is, I think, what is needed. Okay, and then this side goes on like so. Excellent. So this goes in first. Right there, maybe? Okay, got it. So we want a little bit more cleanup on these then. Makes a certain amount of sense. And on the back side too, actually. Ooh.
Okay.
Yeah, I just tossed something. Go. Dude, this girl feels like a mech just with the number of like interesting joints I'm putting in. Like this is
You got 2 kits in it.
yeah, no, it's very cool. All right, so then I think we can now. Looking good. Okay. Y6. Alright, whatever, I need to do some cleanup. I was being a little confident. No. I mean, there might be like some random stuff to paint, like where those stickers were supposed to go that I didn't want to put on because I don't like stickers on these kits. But beyond that, no. She's pre-colored, just like the mech was. I mean, she's got flesh tone pieces. The first gap I feel like I may actually glue. We'll see when she's complete, though. If it's even visible. Yep, that's what we're looking at. W26. Oh my gosh, a cute little heart. That little heart right there between my fingers. Cute. Ah, that's what goes here on this little piece. Uh-oh.
What?
Oh, I'm just wondering if I did something. No, it definitely has the... Okay, definitely has it facing the other way. There we go. I just didn't press it hard enough to get it into place. There we go. It's the little front of her skirt. It is also movable. This? Yeah, it's a butt. She's got cannons on her ass. Or at least something. W2 and... Sorry, W2, 8, and 9, was it? Nice, you watch a lot of NBA? That's cool. The only sports I really spend a lot of time watching is pro wrestling, and even that's limited right now just because I haven't been super thrilled with what the companies are doing. Although AEW I feel like is like a little bit more back on track, which is nice. In my personal opinion. Okay, so this is gonna fit like so. I know, sounds like you're filing taxes exactly. It so does. I want to check something. Ah, okay, these are the side flaps to her skirt. Ah, and they go on to, I see, okay. I understand. Nine and eight. There they are.
How's shot?
Good. Nine goes with that side, 8 goes with that side. Right, it does feel like it a little bit. Okay, so these are going to flap as well. I can tell by the way that these are going on ball joints. I think more things on this, on the rider are going to move than the machine. And not just because of my, like, breaking things. That is egregious. What is happening right there? Much better. There we go. Sick. She's looking cute. Okay, W21.
Hear that?
I did. What was that?
Sounds fun.
Oh.
I'm expecting, like...
I don't... Oh, you know what? It might be apted. Let me check, actually. I haven't seen. Yes, they will They are down there. Let me go deal with that real quick. Guys, I'll be right back. My pest control people are here. Okay, we're back. Instructions have been laid out, which is great. Oh, my music came off. That's partially because of me probably touching my microphone. Let's see. Did we get it back or did it bork again? No, we're back. Cool, perfect. Okay. Talked to my pest control service, which is great. They're gonna help me with the ants because we've been having an ant problem, but they're going to be careful of my plants that have food and my mantises. Speaking of which, I have 4 that have survived and they're all getting about like yay big. One of them's like this big. Oh, actually I can show you.
I hope they survive.
They'll be fine. They'll be fine. Don't let's not talk about it because I don't want to stress myself about it. No, it's fine. Look at her. Look how beautiful she is. She's so big. Look how big she's gotten. I'm so excited for my little mantis. I've got 2 green ones and 2 brown ones, and they're all doing chill. And hopefully they all live. They will. They'll be fine. The man was very nice, and he was like, oh my God, I totally understand. I will protect them. And I'm like, thank you. Oh my God. And okay, this is WT1, which does get put on first, so we're gonna go ahead and do that. Onto her bum. Aha. Interesting. Okay, a little bit more cleanup is required.
You okay, darling? You're sniffling a lot.
Yeah, the sun makes my nose run. Okie dokie. You've been a Golden State Warriors fan since 2010? Because your NBA home team was stolen from you? Oh no! Oh my gosh, I've heard, okay, so I'm not a big sports watcher, but I've kind of heard a little bit that it's gone to shit. I also remember like listening to some of that back in like a long time ago, like 10 years ago, back when I worked at a frame shop, because the framer I worked with all the time, he was like the biggest Giants fan. He loved the Giants. He's obsessed with the Giants. Oh my gosh, did he love them. So he was listening to like baseball, not basketball, because I know you guys are talking about basketball. But he would listen to baseball all the time. But I kind of agree that like everybody was just glazing everybody constantly on those podcasts all the time. What am I doing wrong? This has to go here. Oh my god, I'm doing it wrong though. I am actually doing it.
Don't break it.
There we go. There we go. Excellent. Excellent. All right, the next part is getting another flappy bit. My favorite thing. Oh, it definitely seems that way. The problem is a lot of those industries that have been around for a long time, who can have a bunch of potentially old men just sitting in them, controlling everything. That is what I think has happened to like a lot of those kinds of places. Which is such a shame. Because I know fans are not, you know, thrilled about that, you know? As you guys clearly aren't. $12 and $11. Okay, so once we have this, 12 goes over here. It's like the third time I've bent that nail. It's fine. Okay, snug and in place. Let's get the bow. X3. Yay! The orange one. Boop. It was a different time, and I do think there is like I get why you have nostalgic for like games from those eras. I mean, it's the same way people have nostalgia for like the Attitude Era in pro wrestling, you know, which was also the 90s and 2000s. I imagine that if you're in my chat and you were alive during the 90s and 2000s, you probably miss it. Just like in general. Good time, right? Oh my gosh, look at her cute butt flap. So that her tail can be exposed still. So cute. Okay, let's, we get to attach? No, but I do get to use that piece. I was wondering what that, do I remove that? Is that what you're telling me to do there? Excellent. That's not what I wanted. I want the translation app. Oh, what are you telling me? Pay attention to the direction. Cut it out. Very well. I shall do both these things. I shall pay attention to the direction and cut it out. Then also gonna throw it on the ground. Dustin Rhodes is still doing stuff.
Yeah, I think he's got hip surgery or something.
Yeah, he actually is. He's actually doing pretty well by himself, honestly. His brother Cody's still doing shit too.
If you don't know who Dustin is, that's Gold Dust.
Yeah, if you don't know who Dustin is, that's Gold Dust for everybody in chat who may not know who Dustin is. The American Dream's son, one of his two. Macho Man was your favorite? Nice. Oh yeah. Did you eat a lot of Slim Jims? All right. Let's see, how does this go on? Like that. That makes sense. All right. Oh, okay, that's fine. Yep. There we go. There we go. All right, where's that piece I just popped off? There it is. Get back on there. Oh my gosh, she moves. She moves. Oh, so many things. Honestly, yeah. I think we just got her waist put together, and we aren't going to put her top on or anything, or her head on until later, I don't think. So I think we're looking good. She looks fantastic. She has some like, she's looking really good. She wiggles and jiggles, exactly. But I think that is where we're going to go ahead and call it today. We will probably wrap her up on Thursday because we only have, basically we're onto her limbs. We've built her entire torso and her head, and so the only things that are left are the limbs, and I think that's gonna be, hopefully, ideally a little bit more straightforward because there's less things that get attached to them, ideally. So hopefully that'll get finished on Thursday. We'll have some more variety content for you then as well, probably some more things to talk about. And I will see you guys next time. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Do let me know if you were live during the stream and you watched it all the way through. Please let me know what you thought about the new format. If you have any suggestions or things that you might want to see talked about in the future as part of streams, let me know. That would be awesome. If you're watching this on demand, thank you so much for watching the stream. Again, let me know what you think, and thank you, everybody. Thank you so much, especially to everybody who's hanging out in chat near the end here. Thank you, and I will see you guys all next time. Have a lovely hobby night, everybody. See ya.